Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in a factory, built for the road.
Super Pro, motorcycles, hot rod, and Supercombo.
Our story is one worth sharing. It begins with the vision of two friends and a humble 900 square foot store where the first Lordco Auto Parts and our founding values took root. It's about quality, care, drive, and family. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
Once again, welcome back to race 3 of the JBS Equipment ET series here at the Titanium Strip.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
All right, moving quickly along here. Junior Street should already be in the lanes. We are now going to call up Junior Dragsters as well. So Junior Thunder coming up to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, Junior Thunder to lane 1, and Junior Lightning to lane number 2. Junior Street, we know you're already in the lanes, but since your second qualifier is immediately after Junior Lightning, be ready to go. We're going to be calling you very shortly after your first qualifier. Before we get started this afternoon, want to, of course, thank the title sponsor for the JBS Equipment ET series. Looking for tough, reliable farm equipment that works as hard as you do? Look no further than JBS Equipment in Abbotsford. From high-performance manure spreaders to custom forged solutions, JBS builds equipment that stands up to the demands of real farming. Whether you're managing a small dairy or a large operation, JBS has the innovation, service, and support you need right here in the Fraser Valley. Visit jbsequipment.com or stop by their shop in Abbotsford. JBS Equipment, built for farmers, built to last. Well, Abbotsford is close to Mission, but they are still in Mission. Important clarification on that one. So first pair in Junior Street. We start with Jackson of the 1998 GMC Jimmy going up against Riker with the RCC 1987 1500. .004 on the tree for Jackson. A tough reaction time to beat will put him immediately to the number 1 qualifying spot. Goes 10.77 at 63 miles an hour to the 8th mile mark, while Riker goes 9.63 at 72, almost a tenth and a half on the tree. Next pairing up, it's Josephine and Shelby. Red light start for Shelby. Josephine will take to the racetrack 2/10 on the tree exactly. Goes 9.73, 74 miles an hour in the left lane. Right lane goes 10.21 at 69. Next up, it's James and Jenna. The Peated Industries Winter Harbor Marina and RV Tahoe going up against the Mustang over here. So next pair rolling up to the staging beams. Both drivers into the pre-stage bulbs. And Jenna gonna go 1/10 red, while James is 0.98 to the good. The Mustang goes 9.94 at 71 miles an hour. Jenna goes 10.75 at 62. Next up, it's two-time repeat champion Tyler for the Zapstrap Racing Chevy 1500. Going up against Taryn, thanking Neil Smith at Peated Industries. Tyler, of course, looking for more this afternoon after the defending champ went out round 1 in the season opener just 2 weeks ago. .006 red on the tree to Terran's 012 red. And Tyler gonna go 1084 at 64 miles an hour. Terran 1133 at 61. Next up, Sophia Getz and Josh Klosky. Ford F350 facing off against the driver out of Quesnel on the far side. Diesel pickup takes off down track. Right lane. Kloss can get there first in the S10 Blazer. Goes 925 at 74 miles an hour. Gets 974 at 82. That looks like that'll wrap up round 1 of qualifying for Peden Industries Junior Street. We will get set to roll into Junior Thunder. So first pair of Junior Thunder will roll into the water box. Starting off is going to be one of the Katnicks. It's Ashton for TK Performance. All the water parts over here tower side. Going up against the Titanium Monogram Milron Truck Body, Ken Specialiato, Ernie Speed Custom, Elite Belts, David Trudy, and Color Compass 2006 Creative Dragster, headed up by Cadence Rodrigue. It's going to be Alex, the Green Brothers, alongside Dallas Jackson for the Rieger Workplace Safety Solutions, and for TKO Hot Rods. Top end of the racetrack. It's going to be an 890 with a 4, 72 miles an hour. Not a bad run for the driver looking to dial in at the 890 bracket. While Jackson goes 1182 at 53. Next pairing up, and it's Alex's brother Nate facing off against Owen Armstrong for Badass Garage and the Rodrigue family, racing out of Chilliwack. On the tree for the best qualifier out of the junior dragsters so far. Nate goes 887 to 71 miles an hour. Owen goes 1224 at 46. Next up, it's the third of the Green Brothers. It is Nate alongside... Oh, sorry, no, Nate just ran this rotation. It's Jack, so still the next of the Green Brothers, alongside Hunter Thompson for the JBS Equipment Junior Dragster Edition. Both drivers are green, one by 0.2, the other by half of 1. Thompson goes 893, 73 miles an hour. Green goes 1196 at 52. And that brings up Grayson Moss for the Altitude Automotive Dragster to Maple Ridge. miles an hour. The right lane going to go 1193 at 49. Next up, it's Wesley Armstrong with Fountain Tire, Work Lock Bars, Badass Garage, and Home Masters Team Martin Dragster. He'll turn on the red line button for us now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Bracket, National Tire Wholesale, Pro Bracket, come on up to the staging lanes. And once again, National Tire Wholesale, Pro Bracket, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Vancouver, Colorado Sportsman, this is your standby call. So we're going to leave Junior Thunder behind us and roll to Junior Lightning, where the cars get a little bit quicker, a little bit louder. As Bella Marshall brings out the Canco Petroleum and Silva Auto World Mike Boss tracks from 2016 out of Vernon, alongside with Kevin Thompson and her JBS equipment machine. Thompson gets their second as Isabel Marshall carries the 009 green light to a 795 at 83 miles an hour. Thompson goes 793 at 81 miles an hour. Bring up Aaron Kennedy, graduated from Junior Thunder from last year. Bring up the 2K Performance Local Auto Parts machine against April Bond. Humble going 793, 81 miles an hour, while Katnick going to go 799 at 81. Which brings us up to the next pair. Or make that a single. Emily White brings up the Titanium Auto Group, Lorco Auto Parts, Walco TNT, and Pioneer Truck and Trailer Junior Dragster. Emily White on a single pass. .14 on the tree. And to the top end at the 8 mile mark, going to go 898 at 70 miles an hour. So bring out the next pair. Nick Bond brings up the JBS equipment. Junior Dragster here, tower side, spectator side. It's Connor Jackson, TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab, Alpine, Thailand, Panther Auto Glass, Local Auto Parts, and Napa Auto Parts, Mike Boss Dragster. Goes 789, 81 miles an hour. Bond goes 795 at 82. Koga Kowalski for the Decal Ventures. Junior Dragster alongside the Bubba Speed Shop Heating Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto Parts, Badass Garage, and Lucas Oil Half-Scale Dragster, piloted by Bentley Johnson. Both drivers going to pre-stage, and now we'll bump forward 6 inches. Red light start for Emily Johnson. Kowalski wants to take the top end, and Johnson goes 799 at 83. Kowalski 864 at 74. White for Lorco Auto Parts, Titanium Auto Group, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Team Auto Parts, and Walco Industries. Junior Dragster, a local racer out of the Mission area. On for a single. And this looks like it'll be the last Junior Dragster in Q1. And Abigail goes 790 with a 5 at 82. So that'll bring us around to the second round of qualifying for Junior Street. And that will be followed up by Pro Bracket. So second round of Junior Street qualifying underway. Shelby McNeil and Riker Towson will be the first two down track. 10:06 to a 10:32 at 69 and 64 miles an hour respectively. Sam Monroe, James McNeil, the next two down track. They went 11:33 and 10:24. Bringing up the diesel pickup, by far the quickest car in the Junior Street category. The diesel Ford F350 alongside Josephine Smith, the Zach Strat Racing Chevy pickup. 82 and 74 miles an hour will clock in at 9:64 and 9:74. That brings up Josh Klosky and Tyler Smith. The S10 Blazer going up against the Zapstrat Racing Chevy 1500. Klosky takes down track, gonna go 981, 73 miles an hour alongside Tyler Smith at 1084 with a 64 mile an hour speed. And then the last pairing, Jackson Dew and Jenna Monroe. The GMC Jimmy will face off against the S10 Blazer of Repeated Industries and Winter Harbor Marina and RV. This will close out Junior Street Qualifying. Next time we see them will be for eliminations. I will wait for the last little bit of track prep to kick off here. I'm going to thank Lordco Auto Parts for being a long-time sponsor of Mission Raceway Park. From Vancouver to Vernon, Kelowna to Clipmat, wherever you drive in BC, Lordco Auto Parts is just down the road with over 90 stores across BC and Alberta. They got the parts, the tools, and the accessories to keep your truck, car, or RV running right. Whether you're a backyard mechanic or a pro in the shop, Lordco's expert staff and huge inventory means you will find exactly what you need and fast. Lordco Auto Parts, proudly BC, always stocked and always local. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, bring them on up. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, bring them on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is Sportsman, bring them on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Need your ride to shift gears like a champion? Turn to TCS Performance Products in Langley, your go-to source for high-performance transmission parts. With over 50 years in the game, TCS delivers precision-engineered components for GM, Ford, and Mopar vehicles. From billet shafts and drums to torque converters and CNC machining, TCS has you covered. Whether you're into drag racing, towing, or off-roading, their products are built to handle extreme gas and diesel applications. Visit TCS Performance Products at 6217 205th Street in Langley. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Call 1-800-960-1177 or shop online at tcsproducts.com. TCS Performance Products, where precision meets performance. And as always, a huge thank you to Titanium Auto Group for being a valued sponsor here at Mission Raceway Park. Their support helps fuel the passion, performance, and community spirit that drives everything we do here at the track. Whether it's on the road or on the strip, Titanium Auto Group shares our love for horsepower and high performance. Thanks for being a part of the team and supporting grassroots motorsports in British Columbia. So National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket underneath the tree, or underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge, approaching the tree for their first of two qualifiers. So first up, it is Steve Watkins against Steve Baskerville. Twin Ford Mustangs, one from 2018, one from 2022, both running 5-liter engines. Steve Watkins coming up to Mission Raceway Park for the first time ever 2 weeks ago. Made the drive all the way up from Arizona, took the win in Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Said his goal was to try to go for a championship here. Put another track on his belt and got off to a good start with the win last week. Didn't make it to the final of Pro Bracket. Trying to do so this afternoon. 044 to a 005 light. The 005 comes from Baskerville to the Lordco lane. Watkins goes 1204 at a $1.18. Well, Baskerville pretty much dead on it. 1216 at 114. And that'll bring up Dale Northgraves and Cassie Tippy. The Ritchie Racing Engine 77 Nova, sporting 414 cubic inches of small block Chevy motor, faces up against the wagon on the far side with that beautiful 65 Nova. Just a little bit of maintenance going on here in the left lane. Down on the starting line. Red, 2/10 on the good. Headed up to the top end of the racetrack, Dale Northgraves going to clock in at the quarter. 10:38 at 128 miles an hour. Cassie Tippy goes 11:54 at 115. That will now bring up Mike Render The Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Fortin's Auto Parts, Lorco Auto Parts, and AFD Petroleum 1985 S10 going up against Ralph Ehlers with the Junkyard Dog Mustang, sporting that 6-liter Ellis motor on both sides of the track. Both competitors pretty darn even as they head down track. Mike Arender, though, with the 003 light will get there first. 1082 at 123 miles an hour. Ralph Ehlers goes 1072 at 121. That brings up Pete Legg, that old vintage 56 Chevy, going up against Brendan Piscachet. The Buick Racing Motor in Canada with Thomas 1990 Ford Mustang Fox body. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, Ragdory System, Super Pro, we need you on standby. Super Pro, this is your standby call. Piscacek gets there first, goes 13:22 at 100 miles an hour in the 088 reaction time. Legs RT over a 10th, goes 13:39 at 95. And next up, oh, how about this? Chris Stone brings up the Stone Cove Racing Willowbrook Motors Dodge Dart. That's not what's unusual here. What is unusual is Jim Banky not running the wheel standing Barracuda of old. Running a 7 scale. So maybe some troubles have befallen the old Barracuda. Stone in the 008 light goes 1007 at 130 miles an hour. 77 at 91. Next up, Jesse Gard. Lavish Landscapes going back to West 10 face off is Dylan Scott with Yellowstone Lorco Auto Parts, and Vince Diamond Lorco Auto Parts, 1970s Chevelle. Next up, it's Matt Warner. The Linden Service Center Plymouth will go up against Daryl Tippy with Horizon Paint Chevy 2. .006 red for Daryl Tippy, Matt Warner. Going to be going to a 10:39 to the 125 miles an hour. Tippy, 10:49 at 125. Bring up Mal Patterson, the Malfunction, Acadia for Albion Tireland, and Maple Ridge Express Care and Valvoline Oils. Going up against Lorenz Schwartz, the winner from last week. Trying to go 2 for 2 for Titan Mountain Group above a speed shop in the 1983 Monte Carlo. Patterson goes 10:29 to the buck 31. Lorenz Schwartz on the right lane goes 10:18 at 131 as well. Next up, it's Daryl Stobie. With the 64 Chevelle, he races Sean Langley. up high for Daryl Stovey, goes 10:23 at $1.27. Against Sean Langley's 12:22 at 113. Bring up Heather Hornall. The Stone Speed Shop, Heather Hornall Real Estate, Brady Electrical, and Acura locates Dragon Wagon. Going to do battle with Ross Walker's Preston Chevrolet Chevy 2. Walker goes 998 at $1.32. Hornall going to go 1107 at 114. Next up it is John DeBack and Ray Bollinger. The Rad Torque Systems S10 for Titanium Auto Group going to go up against the Just Mechanical and A&A Customs Pontiac. Attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, bring them on up, lanes 1 through 4. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles, you are on standby. DeBack goes 10:42 at $1.27. Ray Bollinger goes 10:48. Nothing on file yet for the Vega over here Tower side. For the Plymouth Duster or Lorco side, it's Lucas Taggart. Oh boy, neither driver's reaction time very stellar on that one. We're talking 0.5 and 0.6, so lots of improvement needed on the starting line from this pairing. Left lane goes 11:74 at $1.22. Taggart goes 13:46 at 95. Next up, it's Rob Monroe Jr. for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Horizon Paint and Auto Body, Acadian. He goes up against the Reflections Guesthouse SS Motorsports 1989 S10 of Richard Love. Monroe goes 10:58 at $1.24. Love goes 11:72 at 110. Brian Walter Johnson and Terry Hoogstens, the 72 Chevelle, goes up against the 66 Chevy out of Maple Ridge. Johnson 002 red on the tree, follows up with a 1234 at 82 miles an hour, while Terry Hoogstens goes 11.8 at 111. Next up, it is Craig Johnson. The BC Scale Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu was making some rear bumper strikes last week alongside Nick Douglas in the 2023 Super Bee. Drivers bump it a little bit further forward. 901, one to be the first one in. Johnson still carries the wheels high. Slams down to terra firma and goes out the back door with a 10:59 at 121 miles an hour. Nick Douglas goes 12:11 at 110. Falcon. Goes up against Rob Getz with the 2024 Ford F-150. It's a 10.99 to an 11.61 at 121 and 118 miles an hour, respectively. Andy Klosky down track, gonna bring his 81 Camaro to an 11.19 and 124 miles an hour. And looks like that will take us into Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Out in the Harley-View Davidson Motorcycles coming up to lanes 5 and 6. That is motorcycles to lanes 5 and 6. And that will put Old Car Center Hot Rod on standby. So first pair of sportsmen down track, Joel Smith will bring the Zapstrap Racing Chevelle to an 11.59 at 116 miles an hour. Bruce Sturtz's 2005 Ram 1500 goes 15.70 at 85. That'll bring up Stormy Newcomb with the 99 S10 for SBB Racing, Pavey Hills Machines, and Acro Machining. Against Eric Pertains, apparently, Datsun going up. The half-fast 2 SBB Racing, Pavey Hill Machining. Dragster-ish, sort of. Newcomb top end, 12.85 at 101 miles an hour. Eric Bertain goes 13.68 at 99. Jessica Armstrong brings up the Armstrong on Monroe Marketing, Rodrigue Family Racing, 75 Dart. Race against Veronica Hodgson for the Royal Ford start. 16 thou red for Armstrong, while Hodgson will go to the top end and clocks in at 11.89 at 108 miles an hour, while Armstrong goes 13.34 at 102. That brings up Haley Christensen with a 1967 C10 against Ann Copeland's 2016 Subaru Outback. Christensen goes 12.71 at 103 miles an hour. Copeland 15.91 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Eric Hansen for the Broadway Refrigeration Dodge Dart to face off against Kevin McCulley for the Old School BDL Automotive Cutlass. McCulley goes 11.59 at 113 miles an hour. Hansen 12.15 at 109. That'll bring up Sylvia Hookstons with the 66 Ford Mustang against the season opening winner, Steve Watkins, out of Hillsboro, Oregon. Again, made a big drive up from Arizona last weekend. Looking to go 2 for 2 to keep potential champion streak going at MRP. Hookson's out in front in the 66 Mustang, gonna go 11:34 at $1.18, while Watkins goes 12:06 at 116. That brings up Kathy Love for the Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports 2003 pickup truck, going up against Bill Wells for the TNT Auto Parts Malibu. Wells goes 11:56 at 115 miles an hour. Kathy Love chases him with a 14:19 at 99. And that brings up next Mark Ferguson, the 2002 Firebird, going up against Roland Lowen with the 1955 Meteor for Lordco Auto Parts. Ferguson down track, going to go 12:53 at 108 miles an hour. Rolling low and goes 12:98 at 100 exactly. Next up, it's Wayne Douglas racing against Brandon Piscacek. The SBB Racing Dart going up against the Buick Ford Motor Canada Thomas Mustang. Piscacek goes 13:19 at 101 miles an hour. Douglas 13:59 at 97. And that'll bring up Steve Baskerville once again with that 5-liter Mustang GT going up against Richard Love for Reflections Guest House and SS Motorsports S10. Baskerville goes 0:44. Love at an 0:64. Love goes 11:63 at 111 miles an hour. Baskerville 12:27 at $1.18. Next up, it's Rob Getz with the 2024 Ford F-150 against Nick Douglas. Gas goes 11:65 at 112 miles an hour. Nick Douglas 12:10 at 111. And that looks like that will wrap up round 1 qualifying for Vancouver Car Ram Sportsman, and that means Rad Torch Systems Super Pro is just around the corner. So while a little bit of cleanup goes on the far lane, want to thank A. Tristan Mechanical for coming on board as a sponsor of Mission Raceway Park. Mechanical, electrical, plumbing. When all three need to work flawlessly, there's one name to trust, A. Tristan Mechanical. With over 20 years of experience and a reputation for precision, they deliver integrated building solutions for commercial, residential, and institutional projects across BC. Efficient, scalable, reliable. That's A. Tristan Mechanical. Learn more at atristan.com. That is ATRYSTEN.com. So the quickest class of the day in the water box, and it is Warren Jacobson with his 1967 Chevy 2 out of Mission. Going up against fellow Mission local Colton Morin with the 615 cubic inch big block Chevy Morin Motorsports Race Tech Dragster. Both drivers pre-staged. Throttle stop in play for Warren Jacobson, looking to get the 1090 Super Street Index for Supercombo later today. 005 to 008 line, not a bad start at all. Colton Morin goes 788 at 168 miles an hour. Jacobson 1086 at 141. That brings up Mark Muscant. Lordco Auto Parts Chevy has the 406 cubic inch small block Chevy motor alongside Emma Debris-Coos. For the B&D lift trucks, Shotgun Trucking, Competition Tree Services, Straight Line Race Cars, Grandma, Grandpa, and Bow Tie Ventures 1988 Dragster on the far lane. Off the hitch. Muscant goes down track and is going to put in a 1063 at 130 miles an hour, but Emma Debris-Coos, the drags are going to lose life, and I'd imagine we'd have to push that car back and out. So we're going to push the dragster back and out. Martin Rochelle backs out the Malibu. I'd imagine Martin Rochelle, much like Warren Jacobson earlier on, also going to be utilizing a throttle stop to try and hit the 1090 Super Street Index. Rochelle's dance partner for this first round of qualifying going to be John Jenkins. For the West Coast Building Restorations, Mackenzie Racing, and Bubba Speed Shop 1988 S10. Atkins goes 10:33 at $127, while Rochelle goes 10:96 at 127. Attention in the pits, tension in the pits. Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. Vinny Hot Rod down to lanes 5 and 6. Local Auto Parts Supercombo, you are on standby. Another dragster, this one headed up by Greg Dowdy. For the Modern dragster goes up against the Super Pro finalist from last week, John Tabak. The Rad Torque Systems and Titanium Auto Group's S10. Goes the dragster, goes 775 at $169, while John Back goes 1040 at 127. Next up, it's Ted Butts with the Shawnigan Trucking Straight Line Race Cars 1934 Roadster going up against Emma DeRicuz has got the car refired. They'll try to launch her dragster again. Ted Bus was not present last season. Well, this time the car gets a little bit further down track, but definitely not a lot of life in it. Over half a second on the reaction time. Ted Bus goes 896 at $145, and Emma DeBricuz going to be a stroll slow to 16 seconds. Not quick enough to qualify for Super Q2. Next up, it's Andy Hatton for the Bubba Speed Shop Titanium Auto Group. Thames Ribbon and Velocity Chemicals Camaro, dubbed the Grinch, facing off against Monroe Sr. for the White Knuckle Racing Model A. Drivers with red lights. Andy Hatton goes 826 at $162, while Monroe Sr. goes 858 at 154. Next up, Paul Soares and Dan Parsons, the 1995 Pontiac, going up against the Quality Racing Duster. Paul Soares with the 002 line goes 810 at 168 miles an hour. Dan Parsons went 1090 with a 9 at 131 miles an hour. Next up, Kevin McNichol, last week's winner, or not last week's winner, but 2 weeks ago the winner, brings up the 67 Nova against Mike Stewart with the Buc-ee's Mini Excavating, Ken Specialty Auto, Gibson Racing Transmissions, and Big Al Motorsports Chevy 2. Miles an hour. McNichol goes 1008 at 133. And that brings up the next pair. Jan Christensen brings up the 19, well, usually runs a 70 inside 28. That is definitely a dragster there on the far side. Going up against the Mustang over here, Tower Side. Dale Phillips usually runs his Mustang in the Canada West Door Slammers category. Of course, Door Slammers not running this afternoon. Down track, Jan Christensen 7:16, 183 miles an hour. Dale Phillips goes 10:48 at $1.80. Next up, it's the Gibson brothers. Justin versus Jason. Twin Mustang Foxbot is here. One from 88, one from 91. Both racers hailing from Surrey. Jason Gibson 968 at 138. Next up is Loren Schwartz and John Tabak. Not John Tabak. John Tabak's right beside me. Look at me just reading off the computer screen. At 132. Hoffman goes 10:27 at 128.
So good to see Fred Hoffman back at Mission Raceway Park. It's been a little while. Fred Hoffman, a veteran in the classes of Super Pro and Super Street. That 67 Camaro has been down racetracks I don't know how many times. I can tell you this though, if you have a look inside, the carpet underneath the pedals is just completely worn away. It's about a 1 foot round hole. So that was Kevin Garlock in the right lane. 906, 147 miles an hour. Daryl Tippy with an 013 initiated, 1046 in the left lane. And that'll bring up the duck in today's field. Jim Benke. Driving his 19, I think it's a 74 maybe, Scamp. Not really sure of the year, not 100% sure anyway. 73, Nolan informs me. Thanks, Nolan. So Jim Benke, the 67 CUDA that we're used to seeing Jim drive is out of service temporarily. So he's got the Plymouth Scamp. And he is going to be who everyone wants in round number 1. And the reason for that is no knock against Jim, but in the class of Super Pro, you are forced to dial at least 1199. And that little scamp is not capable of coming up anywhere near that number. Yes, so Jim Benke has essentially invested the money in tech cards so he can at least come up here and be a round 1 loser and collect 30 points, which will work towards earning a spot on Team on a Mission.
Of course, still going up against Chris Stone in qualifying, because why wouldn't he? They always do this. It's a tradition for them at this point. And down for a little bit, looking like cleaning something up on the right lane. So should be back up and rolling shortly. I'm spying at least 2 more dragsters over in the lanes. A lot of dragsters out today, way more than we had for the season opener 2 weeks ago.
That's great news. Absolutely. Decent field in Super Pro here this morning. So while we were just talking about Jim Benke and Chris Stone, always showing up together to run time trials. I can bet you this much, the exact same thing is going to happen for round number 1. Typically, they avoid each other in the staging lanes for round 1 because it's randomly paired, and the truth is, if you're far enough apart from each other, it would be impossible to get each other in round 1. Well, I'm going to say this morning's going to be the opposite of that. Jim knows his chances are virtually 0 in round number 1, and who does he want to see get through round number 1? Well, his buddy Chris Stone. So I'm thinking that little scamp is going to be glued to the back bumper of that black dart for round number 1.
I'm seeing Jeremy Soares, Craig Johnson still in the lanes, Justin Bonds back there with the Pontiac. Alongside Katnick with his door slammer, Fox Body. Took his first win of the Canada West Door Slammers a couple years ago. We've seen a few of the door slammer guys making some hits over here in Super Pro the last, throughout all of race 1 and throughout the first batch of qualifying today. Getting those cars prepped up for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammer season, kicking off before too long. I believe they are going to be having their first race of the season at our next JBS Equipment ET Series race weekend. We saw Brian Ritchie in particular out 2 weeks ago. Went out early, unfortunately, in eliminations. He was not the only one, though. We've already seen Dale Phillips make hits down track. We've seen Paul Soares make the race in both round 1 and now here in round 3 as well. Well, while we have this bit of a downtime, going to thank Rad Torque Systems. Thank you to Rad Torque Systems for powering performance at Mission Raceway, a BC-based global leader in torque technology. Rad brings precision, strength, and innovation to industries and now to the track. We're grateful for your support of local motorsports and engineering excellence. Rad Torque Systems, proud sponsors of the Super Pro category here at the Titanium Strip. As well as that, Half Track Snack Shack is open for business, currently serving lunch. Swing on down, pick up some chicken strips, some fries, some burgers. As I understand, fresh cookies are now available as well. I might give one of those a try when I swing down for lunch later on today. While the tractors head on down track as well to continue to clean up some of whatever was left behind by our last pairing down. We'll also thank National Tire Wholesale for sponsoring the Pro Bracket category. Proud to have you along as a valued partner at Mission Raceway Park. Their commitment to keeping drivers equipped with quality tires and trusted brands supports not only the racing world, but everyone who lives life in the fast lane. Thank you, National Tire Wholesale, for keeping BC rolling. And of course, our Sportsman class sponsor as well, Vancouver Car Wraps. Huge shout out to them for their support at Mission Raceway. From race-ready designs to custom commercial wraps, they know how to make vehicles stand out on and off the track. Thank you for helping us to keep things bold, eye-catching, and full throttle at every event.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy. You kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than the Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high
So Chris Stone and Jim Banky rolling back into the water box, and how about this? They've actually done a little do-si-do on us. It used to be Chris Stone to the right, and he's off to the left this time, while Banky will take things up to the right.
Stone on the left, Benke on the right. Benke turns it red by 21 thou. Stone also red, but by just 9 thousandths. So how close is Jim Benke going to get to the 1199 dial minimum?
Nowhere close, I think, is the correct answer.
Yeah, that sums it up pretty good. Almost 3 seconds off. So you can literally have a 2-second reaction time and still run that guy down.
Twin dragsters up next, one of them being Jeremy Soares for the Soares Transport Quick Tech Race Cars Camera Dragster. 584 cubic inches of motor behind the driver.
So round number 1 of time trials. So Jeremy paying attention to the tree. 0-12 is reaction time. Reaction time in the right lane. I don't know what happened there, but it was off a little bit. Nice number at the finish line, however. 698, 191 miles an hour for the right lane. Soares goes 736 at 180 miles an hour.
First sub 7-second time of the day and over 190 miles an hour. A good run for that dragster on the far lane. Justin Bond will now bring up the 2001 Pontiac GTO. He faces off against Jevon Brar with a 1978 Chevrolet Camaro on the far side.
Oh, Brar in that Camaro. A bit of history with that car here at Mission Raceway Park. Spent a lot of its life being flat black. Jan Christensen decided to spruce up the look a little bit. The Bond, his top sportsman car. 01 Pontiac GTO. Bond, red by just 2 thousandths of a second at the finish line. How about 780? 149 miles an hour. 149, I think he's off the gas maybe a little early. Brar in the right lane, 1060, 123 miles an hour. Brar with an 017 light to start things off. Now, Craig Johnson and Aiden Katnick. Katnick in the right lane, behind the wheel of the 89 Mustang for Lordco and TK Performance. Johnson for BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust, Tower Side, behind the wheel of the wagon. Wagon likes to leave front wheels way up in the air this year. Oddly enough, they claim they didn't change a whole lot. The battery to the back, that's certainly going to aid in the wheelie department, but you wouldn't think it would explain this. Look at that. I don't know if the back bumper quite touched the ground, but it was awful close.
Had to have been under a few inches.
Johnson with a 13 light. Aiden Katnick actually was better on the starting line with a double 09 at the finish line. Katnick nails the Super Comp Index, goes 890 at 152 miles an hour. Craig Johnson, 1050 at 122.
Aaron Young, the next one up with the 2007 dragster out of Chetwynd. Going up against the JBS Equipment and JS Power Sports 1927 Ford Roadster, headed up by Mike Robinson. Last pairing here in Radtorch Systems Super Pro. Robinson was not present for the season opener a couple of weeks ago, but he is back for more here for race number 3 He's pre-staged up alongside Aaron Young. And we'll send another last skip for Robinson, 007 on the tree. Good life for him. Aaron Young will get there first, 8:11 at 162 miles an hour. Robinson goes 9:11 at 142. That closes out Super Pro, and we'll roll to Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles. We're wrapped up with appreciation for Mountain View Harley-Davidson and their support of Mission Raceway. Their passion for power, freedom of the open road is a perfect match for the energy of race day. Thanks for riding with us and backing BC's motorsport community.
First pair of motorcycles, Daryl Storzik and Bill McDonald. Wild Bill in the right lane. Wild Bill's been going down drag strips for a long, long time. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Lordco Supercombo. This is your call to staging lanes. Lordco Supercombo. You can start making your way to the staging lanes. So a little hiccup on the starting line. Both lanes actually. Bill McDonald leaving a little late, but is able to make the run. Daryl Storzik appears to have lost fire. Now regained it. We'll reset the computer and let him try again. So again, Lordco Supercombo, Lordco Supercombo. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Lordco Supercombo, bring him down.
One rider I think going to be noticeably absent for the motorcycle category, Tom Turan, longtime runner of that category, but I think congratulations in order. He is out at his father's wedding this weekend, hence why he is not with us here this afternoon. So congratulations to the Turan family, and we'll hopefully see him back again next weekend. That's a much better launch from the Elite Pro Suzuki. Storza will take that bike out the back door with a single pass, goes 8:54 at 150 miles an hour.
Couple more bikes, got the burnouts done. Rolling up to the starting line, we've got Corey Craig and Jody Brickwood. Jody Brickwood in the right lane. Corey Craig, tower side. So one red light, one green. Green light arrives at the finish line first. 8:62, 168 miles an hour. Jody Brickwood in the right lane. Goes 9:62 at 135. Just like that, we are through motorcycle, and what's up next, Nolan?
That would be Old Car Center Hot Rod, and again, big thanks to Old Car Center for back into passion at Mission Raceway. Whether it's classic cruisers or hot rods, they've been keeping vintage rides alive and looking sharp for decades. Thanks for serving car culture and supporting the scene from the garage to the grandstands.
So a couple of Mopars to start off. Hot Rod, Wayne Douglas and Ryan Isherwood. Isherwood leaving a little early. Car a little undersided leaving the starting line, whether it wanted to run or not. End result at the finish line, 11:66, 115 miles an hour. Wayne Douglas in the ragtop darks, left-hand side of the racetrack, goes 11:23 at 96 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Jamie Roth, Rob Monroe. Monroe in the right lane, behind the wheel of his Nova. In the left lane, behind the wheel of his Mercury. Rowing through the gears, clutch car. It's Jamie Roth with the advantage on the starting line. Not that it really matters because we're in time trials. Roth goes 9.99 with a 6, 135 miles an hour. Rob Monroe 10.54, 124.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Lordco Super Combo, we're waiting on you. Lordco Super Combo, second call to the lanes. Super Combo, you should be making your way on down to the lanes.
Now Lorne DeFore, Rob Hodgson. Hodgson, winner a couple of weeks ago. That's starting the season right. Lorne DeFore, left side of the racetrack, the altar. Hodgson wins the starting line battle, 0.29 to 0.83. Lorne DeFore there, well ahead, goes 7.90 at 164 miles an hour.
Next up, Roland Lowen with that 55 Meteor, I believe took his first race win in his career just last year in that car. He goes up against Mike Hollingstead, running the 1967 Fairlane with that 427 cubic inch Ford motor under the hood. Coming on out from New Westminster, and now down track, Hollingstead, and well below the stripe.
Hey, listen up in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors will get you rolling towards the staging lanes. All juniors, Lightning, Thunder, and Street. Juniors, this is your call to the staging lanes.
Next up, it's Jerry Bravander with the 1962 Chevy 2 against Terry Hoogstens. Last saw him up in National Tire Wholesale Pro bracket earlier on in this first rotation of qualifying / time trials. 0.63 on the tree. Bravander, top man on the racetrack, goes 10.82 at about 21. Hoogstens 11.88 at 111. Next up, it's Rob Monroe Sr. with White Knuckle Racing 1931 Ford Model A. He faces off against Sylvia Hoogstens with a 1966 Ford Mustang out of Maple Ridge. Monroe Sr. races to the top end, goes 8.52, 154 miles an hour. Hoogstens 11.41 at 118. And now the last car here in Old Car Center Hot Rod. It is going to be a number that we do not yet have on file.
Ryan Ledrette in his new car. Cool little Nova. Turns it red by 10. Now, I'm not sure. Possibly this was a licensing run. I don't know. Who knows?
I'm sure he knows.
Well, yeah, probably. Although, with a 158 60 foot, I don't know whether he actually requires a license quite yet. You're not going to get to sub 10 seconds that way. Other than maybe in a throttle stop car. I'm pretty sure that's not what's going on. So, Lordco Super Combo, you guys should be in the lanes. Lordco Super Combo, if you're not in the lanes, you are definitely late. We've also made the call for juniors. All juniors. Thunder, Lightning, and Street. All juniors, we need you guys.
Supercombo, of course, a very unique class, really the only index class we have here at Mission Raceway Park, on a regular basis at least. Kind of a combination of the 3 NHRA index classes with the Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp indexes of 1090, 990, and 890. Those are the 3 indexes you are allowed to run in the category. Most racers, even those that could theoretically go into the 990s or perhaps close to an 890, they still prefer to dial in at 1090. They get a much cleaner tree that way, makes it a little bit easier to predict. So throttle stop's going to be in play big time, and we saw some drivers like Martin Rochelle and Warren Jacobson utilizing those throttle stops in their Super Pro qualifying runs earlier on this morning. Interestingly enough, I see a dragster in the lanes for potentially a Super Combo run.
Recent memory is the only one that does not push the dragster here too, right? It should be A674.
So for first pair going to roll under the Lord Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. And we will look to pick things up once again for Lord Auto Parts Super Combo. We'll start it off with Martin Rochelle and Steve Veach. 78 Malibu to a 72 Plymouth. Both racers looking to run to the 1090 NHRA Super Street Index, which again is going to be the most common index used throughout the category.
Stop kind of becomes a mile-per-hour game at the finish line. So pretty even mile per hour there. 127 for Martin Rochelle. Steve Veach goes 128. Veach was well under the 1090 index with an 82. Martin was on the good side.
Dean Peterson, the next one up, running the Super Gas 990 Index in the open-top Mustang against Brad Vingy for the BNC Racing Chevy. Still running at 1090 on the far side. Peterson goes 992 on the 990 index, 164 miles an hour, while Vingy goes 1089, just 2 thou under the 1090 index at $146. And that brings up the next pairing. Dan Parsons for the Quality Racing Duster, and Steve Lowe with his 92 Firebird looking to hit the Super Gas 990.
So Steve Lowe in this Firebird. Steve Lowe's the guy we're very used to seeing go down the track in his 1968 Camaro. Now, if you are familiar with that car, you might know that the Lowe family are the original owners of that car. Bought it brand new in Vancouver. While Steve was very picky on the modifications he would perform, basically they had to always be reversible to get the car back to bone stock. He made the decision last year that it just wasn't worth the risk to take that car down the drag strip anymore. Did some shopping, bought himself this Firebird. Look at that, 007 versus 006. Parsons with the better light. At the finish line, Steve Lowe goes 10 seconds exactly on the 990 index. Dan Parsons goes 1085 on the 1090 index. That's going to bring up Tyler Daglia, Warren Jacobson. Door car versus dragster, and for the first time in quite a while, we see 890 up there on the reader board.
So I was saying earlier on that a lot of drivers like to run to the 1090 index just because they get a clean tree that way, but there's been a lot more variety in the indexes this time around than we're used to seeing for the category.
Well, the reality is with the blinders up, you don't even really see the other side of the tree. The other car can be a distraction, however. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Pro Bracket and Sportsman. This is your standby call. Pro Bracket and Sportsman, please start getting ready. Your call will be coming pretty soon. So again, juniors, you guys should be in the lanes. I'm sure most of you are here. We're rolling up with the first pair of Junior Street as we speak. And that's going to be made up of Josh Klosky and Taryn Monroe. So Josh Klosky has the little Chevy Blazer finished, ready. He's going down the track. How cool is that? Father-son project. Put this thing together over the last number. I was going to say winter, but no, I think the project started well before last off-season started. So very cool to see him out.
.984 to an 11:55 on the dial for first round of eliminations here in Junior Street, and it's going to be decided on a double breakout. Klosky almost 0.4 of a second underneath the 984 dial. Tara Monroe going to be moving on into round number 2. That brings up Jackson Dew and James McNeil. The 1069 dials in at 995. Jackson Dew going to be leaving first in the GMC Jimmy. Going up against that Ford Mustang on the far side. Again, these junior categories only racing to the 8th. And Jackson, red by a bunch, takes himself out of round number 1 of eliminations. James McNeil moves on into round 2. And as we roll through, we'll bring up Josephine Smith for the Zapstrap Racing Chevrolet. Dials in 979 against Riker Towson, who dials in against her in the 915.
Josephine Smith leads the way in the black pickup. Riker Towson doing the chasing. The red and silver pickup. Josephine with a nice light. How about that? 009. That's getting it done. At the 8th mile finish line, 10:12 at 60.5 miles an hour. Riker goes 10:32 at 64 miles an hour.
That brings up Tyler Smith, the 2-time repeat defending champion. Dials in 1084, went out round 1 in the opener, looking for more this afternoon as Shelby McNeil goes up beside him in the Nissan. Dials in at 1005. Will he find more luck in race 2? He's not red, that's a start.
Well, Nolan, I'm going to leave you on your own up here for a little while. Go get the truck ready, and I'll be back.
Best of luck to you, Mr. Tabac. Tyler Smith going to be moving on into round 1, further than he got in the season opener. Good start to the day. That brings up Jenna Monroe and Sophia Getz, the Peter Industries Winter Harbor Marina and RV Blazer, going up against the F350 diesel pickup on the far side. 11 seconds to a 970. And top end of the racetrack, it'll be a double breakout. Getz got there second. Sorry, Getz got there first, but is under. No. Oh, it's a red light from Jenna Monroe. My apologies. Already looking at the bottom, forgot to look at the top. So Sophia Getz moves on. And a reminder to those Junior Street competitors, come straight back for round 2. Junior Street, you are coming straight back for round number 2 of eliminations. No delay, right back to the staging lanes. That prepares us once again for the next round of Junior Thunder qualifying. We're thanking a lot of the major sponsors. Going to thank some of our other sided sponsors around the racetrack, such as Ernie Speed Shop, Color Compass, Big Kids Racing, Willowbrook Plumbing, Jag Kima, Thrifty Machine Shop, Anne-Marie's, Similex, Phoenix Truck and Crane, Elite Belts, Tailblazers, Paul Weave Realty, Just Mechanical, Leak Pro, Albion Tireland, and The Junction, just to name a few. We're ready to roll into Junior Thunder for their second round of qualifying, sorry. Green gonna go 896, 72 miles an hour. Thompson goes 887 at 73. Next up, it's Grayson Moss and Owen Armstrong. The Ultra Tune Automotive Dragster will go up against Badass Garage and Rodrigue Family Dragster of 2004. .036 on the tree for Grayson Moss, follows it up with an 883 at 73 miles an hour. Owen and Owen going 12.26 at 47. We keep rolling straight on through Junior Thunder. Cadence Rodrigue goes up next with the Titanium Auto Group, No Ron Truck Body, Ken Specialty Auto, Ernie Speed and Custom, Elite Belts, Dave and Trudy, and Color Compass Creative Tracks from 06. Racing Ashton Catnick's machine out of Maple Ridge. from TK Performance and Lorco Auto Parts. Just missing out on the number one qualifying spot. Cadence Rodriguez going 894 at 73 miles an hour. Katnick goes 876 at 73. Next up, it's Dallas Jackson for the Rieger Workplace Safety Solutions and TKO Hot Rods Martin Dragster alongside Found the Tire, Lorco Auto Parts, Badass Garage, and Home Masters team, Martin Dragster. Armstrong goes red on the tree. Dallas Jackson a few tenths to the good. Armstrong 893 at 71, while Dallas Jackson goes 1185 at 52. Next up, so Nate Green over on the far side. Nothing on file still for this driver on the left side. And to the 8th, going to be Nate Green going 890, 70 miles an hour. His opponent, 1131 at 52. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket, bring them on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is Pro Bracket. Lanes 1 through 4. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, this is your standby call. Pearson Moss up next against Jack Green. Maple Ridge versus Mission. And this here should be the last pairing. Impeded Industries Junior Thunder. 11.88, 52 miles an hour. Pearson Watts goes 13.84 at 35. So we roll into the junior light, and Bentley Johnson brings up the Bubba Speed Shop, Peter Industries, Titanium Monogram, Napa Auto Parts, Badass Garage, and Lucas Oil half-scale dragster to race against Abigail White. Local Auto Parts, Titanium Monogram, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, TNT Auto Parts, and Walco Dragster. Johnson goes 7.92, 84 miles an hour. White 7.95 at 81. For the next pair. Adam Katnick over on the far side for TK Performance and Lorco Auto Parts. The 2022 Junior Thunder champion faces off against McKenna Thompson. JBS Equipment, Junior Dragster. People watching online on MRP Lordco TV. Thank you everybody for jumping on out to join us both either here at the track or watching us online on YouTube. Again, Thompson goes 7.98, 81 miles an hour. Adam Katnick 8.02 at 81. Next up, it's Connor Jackson for TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Tire, Local Auto Parts, and Napa Auto Parts. Face on against Copa Kowalski, Vaco Ventures Machine out of Chilliwack. Connor Jackson goes 7.86 at 82 miles an hour. Kowalski goes 8.63 at 75. And for the next pairing here, it will now be Emily White and Isabella Marshall. In the TCS lane, it's Titanium Monogram, Lorco Auto Parts, Walco, TNT, and Pioneer Truck and Trailer. The Lorco lane is De Silva Auto World and Canco Petroleum. Marshall going to go 797 at 83. White goes 903 at 69 miles an hour. And that brings up Nick Bond. Nick Bond taking the win in the season opener, looking to go for a repeat. Bit of work going on with Nick Bond's car before we'll roll him forward. .791, 82 miles an hour for Nick Bond, which now brings up April Bond for JBS Equipment, the last runner in Peter's Industries Junior Light. So round two of Peter's Industries Junior Street. Tyler Smith, the first one up, headed on down track. Spotted out in at 11:35. This to see if Tyler Smith makes the semifinals, and he will. Knocking his opponent out. And we will now bring on up the next pair. So we keep rolling through the second round, of Junior Street. Josephine Smith for Zapstrap Racing dials in at 974 against Sophia Getz, dials in at 960 for the Ford F350. James McNeil going to be on a bye run, gets the free pass into round number 2. While Sophia Getz should have the bye round into the final, based on the updated ladder. So that will bring on up Pro Bracket. Next one's on up. Be doing just a little bit of start line work, making sure everything is good to go. Farming doesn't stop, and neither should your equipment. At JBS Equipment and then in Mission, they build machines that move mountains of manure, feed, and everything else your operation demands. Custom built, Canadian made, and ready to work as hard as you do. From spreaders to silage wagons, if you can dream it, JBS can build it. Drop by JBS Equipment in Mission or visit jbsequipment.com. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman to the lanes. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, make your way on up to the lanes. Sportsman to the lanes. Grip matters on the street and on the strip. National Tire Wholesale delivers the top brands right when you need them. Whether you're a shop owner, racer, or weekend warrior, NTW has the tires to keep you moving fast and safe. National Tire Wholesale, trusted by pros, built for performance, and proud sponsor of the Pro Bracket category, Mission Raceway Park. Find a dealer near you or visit ntw.com. Super Pro and Motorcycles, this is your standby call. Super Pro and Motorbikes, this is your standby call. So first pairing up in National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket for second round of qualifying. Jesse Gard brings up the Lavish Landscapes Kelowna 1982 S10. Going up against Dylan Scott with Yellowstone Lordco Auto Parts Advanced Diving Chevelle. With him. Scott should get to the top end first. Next up, it's Brandon Piskacek and Steve Baskerville. Twin Mustangs, one from the 90s and one from the 2020s. Baskerville goes 11.92 at 117. Piskacek 13.18 at 101. For the next pair, it'll be Lucas Taggart with the 1976 Plymouth Duster, racing against Chase McKenzie with that 73 Vega. McKenzie goes 10.89 at 123 miles an hour. Taggart goes 11.75 at $1.13. That brings up Ray Bollinger for the Just Mechanical A&A Customs Pontiac, racing against Steve Watkins with the 5-liter 2018 Ford Mustang. Small delay as safety personnel stepped on track at the top end just to take a look at things, make sure everything was in tip-top shape. They are now clear and we're ready to rumble once again. Bollinger goes 10.55 at $1.24. Watkins goes 12.10 at 1.15. Next up, it'll be Daryl Tippy versus Dale Northgraves. So the Nova wagon going up against, well, a regular Nova, we can call it. 6.5 versus 77 on this one. Cat Stippy goes 11.53 at $1.15. Northgraves 10.33 at 1.28. Next up, it's Lorenz Schwartz and Walter Johnson. Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop Monte Carlo facing off against the 1972 Chevelle. And he'll take that run out the back door. Goes 10.17 at 131. Johnson goes 11.08 at 119. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro bringing them up to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro to 5 and 6. Next up, it's Ralph Ehlers and Mike Render. Happy birthday, Mr. Render. Yet another year of racing with us here at the strip. 1991 Junkyard Dog Mustang going up against the Fountain Tire Chilliwack Fortnum's North Waterboards AFD 85 S10. 2 red lights on that deal. Ehlers went 1065 at about 28, while Render goes 1083 at 118. That'll bring up the Albion Tireland, Maple Ridge Express Care, and Valvoline Oil's Malfunction Acadian, headed up by Mel Patterson, versus Daryl Tippy with a Horizon Paint 62 Chevy 2. Patterson goes 10 to wait at 132. Tippy 1050 at a $1.25, and that'll bring up Jim Banky with a 1973 Scamp going up against Chris Stone with the Stone Cold Racing and Willowbrook Motors Dodge Dart. Stone goes 1007 at 130. Banky 1479 at 91. And then it's Pete Legg and Ross Walker, the Chevy versus the Preston Chevrolet Chevy 2. Once again, Super Pro, you have been called to the lanes. Super Pro, be making your way on back to the lanes. Super Pro to the lanes. Ross Walker goes down, goes 1002 at 131. Leg 1354 at 83. Next up, it's Craig Johnson. Craig Johnson going up against John Tabak. BC Scale, Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu Wagon facing off against the Rat Torque Systems Titanium Auto Group S10. Craig Johns goes 1054 at 122 versus John Tabak, who went 1039 at 128. Leaving Andy Klosky running the Designs for and Lorca Auto Parts 1983 Camaro against Terry Hookstons. Dual running today in Hot Rod as well as in Pro Bracket. Top end of the racetrack, Klosky goes 1120 with a Ford, 124 miles an hour. Hookstons 1182 at 111 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Daryl Stobie with the 64 Chevelle. He races against Heather Hornall for the Stone Speed Shop. Heather Hornall Real Estate, Brady Electrical, and Acura Locates 1978 Fairmont. Stobie goes 1002 at $128. Hornall 1099 at 120. Next pairing up, it's Richard Love. The Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports S10 will go up against Rob Monroe Jr. for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Gibson Racing's transmission, Horizon Paint, and Autobody 1969 Acadian. Next up, it's Monroe going down track. He will take Love to a 10:52 at 125 miles an hour. Love 11:71 at $1.14. This rolls us right back around to Nick Douglas going up against, I do believe that is Rob Getz. The F-150 facing off against the 23 Super B. At 119 miles an hour. Douglas 12:09 at 112. And that leaves the Linden Service Center Plymouth of Matt Warner against John McLean with the Falcon Off Racing 1969 Ford Falcon. 007 on the tree for Warner. A good launch, goes 10:41 at 125 miles an hour. McLean goes 11:27 at $1.18, and goes to the sportsman category now. Want your ride to stand out at the track or anywhere? Trust Vancouver Car Wraps, the pros behind BC's boldest vehicles. From race cars to fleet wraps, they turn plain into powerful. Custom colors, sharp graphics, and flawless installs. Vancouver Car Wraps, where style meets speed. Visit vancouvercarwraps.ca and make your statement loud and clear. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles to the lanes. We're going to call motorcycles down to the lanes. Motorcycles to the lanes. And Super Pro, if you're not already making your way on back there, you should be doing so. Super Pro, you should be making your way back to the lanes if you have not already gotten there. Christensen goes 12:68 at 104. Bertain 13:72 at 100 as we get to the next round of sportsman qualifying. Next time we see National Tire Wholesale Pro bracket up, it will be 4 eliminations. Next pairing up, it's Stormy Newcomb and Wayne Douglas. .012 to an .049. Newcomb goes 12:80 at 102. Douglas 13:52 at 96. Next up, it'll be Bruce Sturts with that 2005 Ram 1500, kind of lurching forward there. Too far forward. Oh, trouble setting in for Eric Hansen. The car launched with the 28 light, was 183 to the 60 foot, but then the car just kind of slowed, sputtered, and it's now on a slow cruise to the top end. We'll try again with Bruce Sturts. With Sturts making a successful hit, this time we'll now go to Veronica Hodgson and Jessica Armstrong. Lorco Auto Parts represented over here on the 69 Dodge Dart, and on the 75 Dart on the far side is the Armstrong and Monroe Marketing Rodriguez Family Racing machine. Jessica Armstrong having come a long way in her drag racing career, having started with the high school drags. Races full time. Hodgson goes 1189, 109 miles an hour. Armstrong goes 1331 at 102. That'll ramp and Copeland and Roland Lowen with the 16 Outback alongside the Lorco Auto Parts Meteor. Bit of cleanup going on over here in front of Sylvia Hookston's car before she moves the stage on up. Whether you're fixing up the family van or gearing up for a backroads camping trip, Lorco Auto Parts has your back all across BC and Canada. With locations all over the province, it's easy to find the parts, gear, and advice you need wherever the road takes you. Lorco Auto Parts, trusted by BC drivers, workers, and weekend warriors for over 50 years. Visit your local store today or check out lordco.com. Hookston's taking off against Mark Ferguson. Goes 11:39 at the 118 miles an hour. Ferguson 12:56 at 108. Watkins and Brandon Piskacek, the next pairing up. Watkins going to look to go down the track. Watkins going to go 12:07 at $1:18. Piskacek 13:19 at 101. Kevin McCauley takes the BDL Automotive Old School Cutlass to an 11:57 at $1:13, while Joel Smith goes to 11:59 at 1:16. Rob Getz once again up to bear in the Ford pickup against Kathy Love for the Reflections Guest House. SS Motorsports 2003 pickup. There goes red. Gets at the top end, goes 11.63 at $1.19, while Kathy Love goes 14.29 at 99. And that will now leave Steve Baskerville and Bill Wells, the last pair in Sportsman. Then we'll roll back. Oh, nope, sorry. There's two more. Attention in the pits, Old Car Center, Hot Rod and Supercombo, you are on standby. Hot Rod and Supercombo, you are on standby. Richard Love and Nick Douglas will be the last two down in Sportsman. Now we'll roll back to Super Pro. Power, precision, performance. That's what drives Rad Torque Systems, a BC company trusted worldwide for torque tools that never quit. From pit crews to heavy industry, Rad delivers the muscle behind the machines. Rad Torque Systems, proudly Canadian, globally respected. See the tech behind the torque at radtorque.com. As well as that, another big thank you to A. Tristan Mechanical. At A. Tristan Mechanical, they don't just install systems, they power performance. Their expert team designs and delivers custom MEP solutions that make your building smarter, more efficient, and built to last. From large-scale residential to commercial towers, they keep your systems running seamlessly, start to finish. A. Tristan Mechanical Performance built in. Visit atristan.com or call 604-826-3635. And of course, a big thank you to all of our other major sponsors, including Industry Workwear, Core Garage Solutions, Rocco's Diner, 87 Motorsports, Remax Realty, Tim Hortons Junction, A. Tristan Plumbing, Velocity Autosports, Enrico Differentials, Applied Coatings, Bigfoot Cranes, Prospect Equipment, Industrial Plastics, Interchange Recycling, Daco Ventures, Tap to Drain, AFD Petroleum, Black Bandit Industries, and Thibbert. And I would be remiss if we once again did not thank Titanium Auto Group for being a valued sponsor here at Mission Raceway Park, helping us to fuel passion, performance, and community spirit that drives everything we do here at the track. They share a love for horsepower and high performance, and we thank them for being a part of the team and supporting grassroots motorsports in BC. So first pairing up in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, Mark Rochelle on the far side. Running the Malibu. Dialed in at that Super Street Index. And still looking to hit that in the second round of qualifying here. Going up against Jan Christensen. With a 2009 TNT Dragster, sporting that 598 cubic inch Sunset motor. On that one, Christensen goes 7:18, 184 miles an hour. Rochelle goes 10:87 and 128. Next up, it's Colton Moore with the Moore Motorsports Race Tech Dragster dialed in against Mark Muscant for the Lordco Auto Parts 1972 Chevrolet. Scan 1056 at 130. Then coming on up, it's going to be Kevin McNichol and Mike Stewart. Track going to go 10:05 at 131. McNichol 10:08 at 132. Next up, it is Mike Robinson and Ted Buss. Twin Roadsters here. JBS Equipment and JS Power Sports over here on the left lane. Shonigan Trucking and Straight Line Race Cars on the far lane. So good line for Robertson, goes 9:12 at $142. Ted Buss going to go 8:98 at 142. Next up, it's Emma Debris Coos and Warren Jacobson. The B&D Lift Trucks, Shonigan Trucking Competition Tree Services, Straight Line Race Cars, and Bowtie Ventures Dragster didn't get off the line at all once, and then not too well the second. Took 2 attempts just to get the first qualifier in, hoping for more. No doubt some adjustments have been made. A little while since we last saw that race car up. Much better launch that time for Emma Debris Coos, and looking like the Gremlins may have been 1087 at 148 miles an hour. Jacobson 1089 at 141. That brings up the Gibsons. Jason versus Justin. Justin goes 967 at 139. At 138, it'll be the 968 from Jason on the other side. Bringing up Javon Brar. That Camaro going up against Justin Bond in the 2001 Pontiac GTO. His car may have lost a bit of life in it. Brar goes 1062 at 128, while Justin coasts across to an 1181. We'll bring up Dan Parsons with a Quality Racing Duster now against Paul Soares. With a 95 Pontiac. Paul Soares down track goes 811 at 168. Dan Parsons 1090 with the 7 at 131. So a great top impact there for Dan Parsons. 7 now off that mark. We'll now bring up Jeremy Soares for the Soares Transport and Quick Tech Race Cars Cameron Dragster. Race of the White Knuckle Racing Model A, piloted by Rob Monroe Sr. An hour, senior 856 at 154. And now it's John Jenkins. The West Coast Building Restorations, McKenzie Racing, Bubba Speed Shop S10 will go up against the 1967 Camaro out of Shoreline, Washington, driven by Fred Hoffman. Jenkins 001 red on the tree goes 1033 to $127. Hoffman will run his 008 green to a 1031 at 127. Next up it is Andy Hatton and Dale Phillips. The Mustang going up against the Bubba Speed Shop Titanium Auto Group Thames Roofing and Velocity Chemicals Camaro. Way out in front, 755 at 179 miles an hour. Hatton 832 at 161. Trio of dragsters, one in the water box, two on the line. The two on the line are Greg Dowdy, the London Drags, they're going up against the 2007 machine, headed up by Aaron Young. Downey 006 Red follows them with a 773 at 170 miles an hour, while Young goes 810 at 162. And the next pair, Red Schwartz on the far side with the North One Titanium Honda Group Monte Carlo. Going up against Glenn Monahan. Time for Monahan here, and Schwartz goes 10-18 at 131. Next up, it's John DeBack. Stratford Systems Titanium Auto Group S10 will go up against Aiden Katnick with the Lorco Auto Parts and TK Performance Mustang Fox Body. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Combo, we need Super Combo to lanes 5 and 6. Super Combo, bring them on up, lanes 5 and 6. John's 007 will follow up with a 001, linking up the number 1 qualifier. Katnick goes 887 at 152, was 006 on the tree for him, while Tobacco goes 1045 and 126. And now the last two going to be Daryl Tippy and Craig Johnson. .014 to an .024. That'll wrap out qualifying for Super Pro. There's nothing like the open road and no better way to ride it than on a Harley. At Mountain View Harley Davidson, you'll find bikes built for freedom and backed by a team that rides like you do. Sales, service, gear, and that legendary Harley attitude. Mountain View Harley Davidson. Ride free, ride local. Check out the latest lineup in Chilliwack or visit mountainviewhd.com. So Bill McDonald and Daryl Storzak, the first two up to banner. The Wild Racing Kawasaki will face off against the Leak Pro Suzuki. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Once again, we're asking for Supercombo down to the lanes. Supercombo to the lanes, and stand by for juniors. Stand by juniors and Supercombo back to the lanes. So with Storzak going in at 8:59 and McDonald going 9:19, that'll bring up Corey Craig and Jody Brickwood, the back pairing here in motorcycles, before we'll gear up for Old Car Center Hot Rod. Getting a little bit crossed up there with the back wheel, was smoking that thing to nearly the 8th mile mark. Not sure what was going on there for Corey Craig. He does keep the bike underneath him, but bit of a wild ride. Jody Brinkle goes 9:58 at 134. Craig will go 12:64. Bring up Hot Rod for their final qualifier. Restoring the classic, building your dream hot rod. The Old Car Center in Langley has everything you need, from vintage parts to hard-to-find trim. Real parts, real passion for real car people. The Old Car Center, where classics live on. Visit them in Langley or at oldcarcenter.com. Lowen. First one up against Rob Monroe Sr. As we go through another rotation of Hot Rod.
Test. Combo cars, you guys should be on your way to the lanes. Combo to the lanes. Licensing runs, lanes 5 and 6. Licensing 5 and 6.
More to 4, the next one down in the altar. We're going to go 795 at 163. Monroe Jr. going to go 1055 at 124. Next on up, it'll be Ryan Isherwood and Sylvia Hoostens. 11:73 at 114 miles an hour. Hoogstens goes 11:45 at $1.17. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, we need Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street coming up to the lanes 1 and 2. And we're going to call the junior dragsters as well to the lanes. So dragsters coming back up to the lanes. Well, John, if you're back up here, I'm going to go get me some lunch.
Well, you do that, Nolan. And yeah, happy to give you a little break. Before too long, I'll need you back up here because I'll have to show up for round number 1. But in the meantime, go take a well-deserved break. So we're going to make another call for license and test. License and test. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take license and test to lanes 5 and 6. So a couple of super shifter guys facing off here in the final round of time trials for Hot Rod. Jamie Raw in his super shifter Mercury. The little Comet, he's rowing the gears out there in the right lane, goes 10:01 at 135 miles an hour. Terry Hoogstens, a super shifter veteran who's now operating an automatic in Hot Rod, also driving a Chevrolet. Now that's significant because for a lot of years, and by a lot of years I mean like decades, he would show up in a Volkswagen. So here we go with the final round of time trials, or qualifying if you wish. This is actually qualifying for Supercombo. Brad Vinge and Tyler Daglish going to line up here. Tyler in the dragster right lane, working on the Super Comp index of 890. Vinge over here left lane, behind the wheel of his Camaro, using the Super Street index of 1090. Now just to note, in qualifying, the tree is not staggered. Even though we just had an 890 car against a 1090 car, the tree fires at the same time for both lanes. Tyler goes under the 890 index. Vinge on the safe side of the 1090 index. Now Steve Veach and Dan Parsons. Couple of dusters. 1090 both sides. Veach leaves a little too early. Dan Parsons was spectacular. 003 to start things off at the finish line. 1092 with a 9. Veach 1094 in the left lane. Now Steve Lowe and Martin Rochelle. 990 versus 1090. 990 over here in the left lane. Attention the pits. Attention in the pits. Sophia Getz. Sophia Getz. We need you in the staging lanes, please. So one more time, Sophia Getz. We need you in the lanes, please. Martin Rochelle with the shiniest car on the property. Man, I thought I would never say that. Attention the pits, Sophia Getz. Sophia Getz, we need you in the lanes. Sophia, you gotta get here. No, man. Got them new. So Warren Jacobson starts things off, 00 on the red side, 004, then 1095 at 140 miles an hour through the top end. And that'll do it for Supercombo. Qualifying is done. They'll make up a ladder. The next time we see them up will be for round number 1. Hey, listen up out there. Pro Bracket. Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. Please be ready to go for round number 1. Once again, Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. Please be ready to go. So there goes our first pair of junior street competitors. Tyler Smith, reigning champ, I do believe, gets the win light. Wow, he does an awesome job. 007 on the tree to start things off. Then 87 with a 1 on the 85 dial. 28 total. That's tough to beat. So Tyler Smith, absolutely off to round number 2. James McNeil had his work cut out for him. Well, excuse me, falling behind a little bit. We are in round number 3, not round number 1. I kind of forgot about the new junior street program where we rush them through. So there's Sophia. She goes 019 on the tree, then 957 with a 2 on the 960 dial. I'm going to say that is just about perfect. So it's going to be Sophia Getz and Tyler Smith facing off in the junior street final round. That'll be coming up shortly. Got our junior categories in the lanes and ready to go. So it will be round 1 for them. So, news items here at Mission Raceway Park in the last week or so. Helmets are going to become a thing. Whether you're a crew member or a racer, it does not matter. Whether you are a youth or an adult, it does not matter. Pretty much if you're on anything with wheels outside of a golf cart, starting next race weekend, it will be mandatory that you must be wearing a helmet. On the property. So once again, this weekend, while it is a new track rule, there's a certain amount of grace that is going to be given this weekend. But everybody should be getting ready for the next race weekend, because then it will become mandatory. And it will be a zero tolerance policy. So the best thing everybody can do is just accept it. It's not the end of the world. We'll get used to it. It's for everybody's own good.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro bracket, this is your call, lanes 1 through 4. Pro bracket, bring them on up. Lanes 1 through 4. Sportsman, you are on standby. First pair down, Alex Green beats Grayson Moss on a double breakout. Next pairing up, Tatus Rodriguez and Ashton Katnick. get another double breakout. This one will go the way of Cadence Rodrigue on the far side. Bring up the Green Brothers Racing driver, Nate Green, going up against Dallas Jackson. 3 seconds separate this duo. 1190 for the Rieger Workplace Safety Solutions and TKO Hot Rods on the far side. 890. Car on the TCS side. One in, two in. Dallas is away, as is Nate. Nate doing the chasing, trying to run him down, top band. It'll go the way of Nate Green. Third double breakout in a row, and this one again goes the way of the left lane. Next up, it's Jack Green and Owen Armstrong. 1190 to a 1223. Two green lights on this one, and again, this race won for the 8th mile. And for the 4th time in a row, it'll be a double breakout. Owen gets there first, but Green gets there better. Then it is Pearson Moss. Paige Barlow brings it up on the far side. 12 seconds to an 11:44. Problem set in for Paige Barlow as the car launched and then lost power. Pearson Moss will take the free pass into the next round. Tough break for Paige as they're going to push her out. And we will swiftly reset for the next pairing. Wesley Armstrong and Hunter Thompson. One dials in at 891, the other 890. And it's a red-white star for Wesley Armstrong. So Hunter Thompson will move to round number 2. And that will now roll us into Junior Lightning. Isabella Marshall for De Silva Auto World, and Kenko brings it up on the far side, dials it at 802. On the top side, it's Koka Kowalski for Dayco Ventures, dials it at 863. Kowalski goes red as Bella Marshall will be moving on into the next round. 786 at 83 miles an hour. And then that will now bring on up Bentley Johnson. For Bubba Speed Shop, Aiden Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto Parts, Badass Garage, and Lucas Oil. Dials in 790, over a second quicker than his opponent, Emily White. Dials in at 899 for Titanium Auto Group, Orco Auto Parts, Walco, TNT, and Pioneer Truck and Trailer. Bentley Johnson gonna go to take out Emily White by a good 10th and a half. Next up it is Adam Katnick and April Bond. Jimmy Coleman's a local auto parts machine, dials in at 798. To the JBS equipment machine, dialed in at 793. Start for Adam Katnick by 11 thou. April Bond will move on to the next round of eliminations in Junior Lightning. Next up it is Abigail White and Nick Bond. 790 to a 794 from North Auto Parts, Titanium Auto Group, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, TNT Auto Parts, and Walco Industries. Just shy of half a tenth separating this pair on the tree. And to the 8th mile mark, it'll be Nick Bond taking out Abigail White, so both Bonds are into the next round of eliminations. Thompson and Connor Jackson, the next pair up, 798 to a 790. JBS equipment on one side. TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Thailand, Local Auto Parts, and Napa Auto Parts on the far side. Start with Hannah Thompson, Connor Jackson moving on. And that will wrap up the first round of eliminations for junior dragsters. Senior bringing up his door slammer, making a test hit this afternoon. And Paul going to go 851 at 156. And that will put the tractors back on the racetrack. A big thank you to JBS Equipment for their generous support of Mission Raceway, known for building tough, reliable agriculture machinery right here in BC. JBS brings the same dedication to performance and innovation that fuels the racing world. We're proud to have a company that supports hard-working communities on the farm, and at the track. Thank you to JBS Equipment for backing local motorsports. And we're also proud once again to have Lordco Auto Parts as a sponsor here at Mission Raceway Park. With stores across BC and a long-standing commitment to the automotive community, Lordco has been keeping racers, builders, and gearheads rolling for over 50 years. Their support helps keep grassroots motorsports alive and thriving right here at the track. And once again, I'd be remiss if I did not thank you, Titanium Auto Group, for being a valued sponsor here at Mission Raceway. Their support helps to fuel the passion, performance, and community spirit that drives everything we do here. Whether it be on the road or on the strip, Titanium Auto Group shares our love for horsepower and high performance. Thank you for being part of the team, and thank you for supporting grassroots motorsports in British Columbia.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to a foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Sportsman lanes 1 through 4. Sportsman lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Super Pro, you're on standby. Steve Watkins and Cassie Tippy, the first pairing up here for National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket in eliminations. 12-12 to an 11-53 between the 5-liter Ford Mustang and the 65 Nova wagon. Watkins goes 12-14 on the 12-12 dial, takes out Cassie Tippy, already on track to taking the second win in his career here at Mission Raceway Park. Lucas Taggart and Chase McKinney to the next pairing up. One of these racers is very green. Taggart trying to keep out in front of McKenzie, not going to do it. Chase McKenzie gets around him by almost a quarter per second at the top end. Next up, it's going to be Rob Monroe Jr. for Winter Harbor Marina and RV Gibson's Racing Transmissions. Rides paint and auto body with the 1969 Acadian. Dials in 1057 against Ray Bollinger with the Just Mechanical and A&A Customs Pontiac. Dialed in at 1053. Top end. It'll be double breakout. Monroe Jr., though, takes out Bollinger. Next up is Jesse Garr, dialed in the 1199 for the Lavish Landscapes Kelowna S10, going up against Dylan Scott for Lorco Auto Parts, Advanced Diving, and Yellowstone Chanel, down at 1017. Top end of the racetrack, it'll be Dylan Scott as double breakout. Only 15th out under for Scott. Guard was 700 something. Bring up Brandon Piskachek. The Buick Racing Motor in Canada with Thomas Ford Mustang dialed in at 1320 against Craig Johnson. With the BC scale, Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu wagon dialed in at 1058. Hasn't struck the rear bumper so far today, but we'll see if that will change. A little bit of a staging duel there as neither driver wanted to be the first one in. Piskachek blinks first. Might have just scraped it a little bit there. Fires down track. Can he get around Brandon Piskachek? Yes, he does. Gets him by 300. So Craig Johnson moves on. Bring up Lorenz Schwartz with the Titanium Auto Group. Bubba Speed Shop Monte Carlo down in at 1020 against John McLean for the Falcon Off Racing 1969 Ford Falcon down at 1092. Solid light on the tree for Lorenz Schwartz, 007, and he'll take that to a win. Gets around John McClain and move on to round two. Terry Hoogstein's next one up against Nick Douglas, 1180 to a 1211. The Chevrolet going up against the Super B. Great start for Hookstons, goes 005 right on the tree. And moving on is going to be into the next round. Dale Northgraves and Matt Warner, the next pairing up. The Rich Racing Engines Nova will face off against the Linden Service Center Plymouth. Double red lights on that pass. Dale Northgraves going to be moving on with the automatic win. 035 under for Northgraves. Warner was 049. Bring up the birthday man, Mike Render. Runs the Fountain Tire Racing S10, dialed in at 1088. Alongside the Junkyard Dog Mustang of Ralph Ehlers, dialed in 1072. Double breakout, as it'll be Ralph Ehlers moving on. And well, plus side for Render, he can celebrate his birthday a little bit more effectively now. Bring up Mal Patterson and Ross Walker. Albion Tireland and Maple Ridge Express Care and Valvoline Oils, 1968 malfunction Acadian, dials in 1011. To the Chevy 2, down to the 1003 of Ross Walker. Takes it as Mal Patterson goes under the dial by 12 thou. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need Super Pro to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro, bring them on up, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll also bring up motorcycles to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles, come on up, lanes 5 and 6. Baskerville goes red. Kowalski locks in with him. Chris Stone goes up next and wins as Heather Hornall goes under the dial by 800ths. Next up, it's Walter Johnson and Daryl Tippy. Johnson brings up the 72 Chevelle, racing against Daryl Tippy's Horizon Paint Chevy 2, and Tippy going to take out Johnson. So Walter Johnson goes home. And that'll bring up Pete Legg and Jim Benke. Benke, of course, running the car that doesn't get a lot of use with the 73 Scamp. Down in 13.99, the legs 13.39. And how about that? He's going to move on into round number 2. On to the second round, so how about that for him? Next up, Richard Love and Daryl Stobie, the Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports S10, facing off against the Chevelle. 11:68 to a 10:04. Goes 10:07, and how about that? Literally got there at the exact same time as Richard Love. The margin of victory 0.0000. The thing that won Stobie that race, Love was under by 0.0005, breaking out by 5/10 thousandths of a second on a complete dead tie, down probably to at least a centimeter, if not closer. Next up, it's John Beck and Rob Getz. Oh, and Tobacco's red by 2/10 of a second. So John Tabac out in round number 1. Trip Zip with a 2 red on the tree. Getz moving into round 2. Will roll us into Sportsman. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we want to have Hot Rod on standby. Hot Rod, this is your standby call. Hot Rod, you are on standby. The first duo up. 1270. Newcomb out in front, and well, out in front because they're going too quick. Haley Christensen moves to round 2. Next up, it's Kevin McCulley down in 1162 for the BDL Automotive Old School Cutlass against Kathy Love for the Reflections Guest House Motorsports not S10, sorry, 2003 Extreme pickup down at 1425. McCauley takes out Kathy Love. Now we'll be moving into the next round. Bring up Joel Smith and Roland Lowen. Zapstrap Racing Chevelle 1160 against the Lorco Auto Parts Meteor down in the 1294. Super Pro, if you are not back there, you need to be back there. Super Pro, you should be in the lanes already. I see most of you down there. Super Pro, make your way on down. Veronica Hodgson bumps in against Eric Bertain. Hello, that's going to go too far. 2 weekends ago. See if it goes in round 2 today. Top end, no. Double breakout. Eric Bertain packs it up while Veronica Hodgson is into the next round. And Copeland and Bruce Sturt's the next 2. And on a quarter-mile drag race, the 15-second Subaru Outback takes out Bruce Sturtz's Ram 1500. We'll now bring up Nick Douglas and Sylvia Hookstons. So the 1214 Dodge Charger going to face off against the 1160 Ford Mustang. 2 very blue cars, one very new, one very old. Hey, listen up out there, juniors. Listen up, juniors. Shelly has round 1 loser prizes. So if you went out in round 1, find your way to Shelly's pit. She's got some consolation prizes for the round 1 losers this afternoon. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Old Car Center Hot Rod, bring them on up. Old Car Center Hot Rod, lanes 1 through 4. That is Hot Rod, bring them on up. Lanes 1 through 4. Next up it is Wayne Douglas and Steve Baskerville, 1358 to a 1212. And Baskerville going to be moving on into the next round to bring up Bill Wells and Jessica Armstrong. On the tower side is the TNT Auto Parts 1979 Malibu, down in 1160. On the right lane, it's Jessica Armstrong for the Armstrong and Monroe Marketing Rodri Family Racing 1975 Dodge Dart, dialed in 1334. Top end of the racetrack. And this one going to go the way of Bill Wells on a double breakout. Armstrong 800ths under, Bill Wells only 1 thou under. Next up it's Richard Love and Brandon Piskachek. 1168 to a 1323. The Lightning Wash and Detail SS Motorsports S10 going up against the Buick Ford and Motor Canada with Thomas Mustang on the far side. Next up, it'll be Rob Getz and Steve Baskerville. The 2024 Ford F-150 dialed in 1179 against Steve Baskerville, dialed in at 1227 for the 2022 Mustang GT. And at the quarter, it'll be Baskerville going 1239 at 102. Moving on against Rob Getz. Eric Hansen and Mark Ferguson, the next pair down track. Mark Ferguson takes it on a double breakout. Only 2 thou under the mark. Hansen was 8 thousandths under his dial. And that will leave Super Pro entering the box. Brad Torque Systems Super Pro, the quickest class we have this afternoon, set for round 1 of eliminations. We'll start it off with Rob Monroe Sr. and Mark Ferguson. Oh, sorry, that is Jan Christensen on the far side. $856 for the White Knuckle Racing Model A, $719 for the TNT Dragster on the far side. Start for Rob Monroe Sr. and a tough break for the White Knuckle Racing Model A as he goes 7th out under the mark. Jan Christensen will get the freebie into the next round. So Dan Parsons up next in the Quality Racing Duster, dials in at 1090. Compared to Andy Hatton for the Bubba Speed Jump, Titanium Auto Group, Tames Roofing and Velocity Chemicals, Camaro, dubbed the Grinch, dialed in at 829. Top end of the lead, Parsons moving on as Hatton way too slow on that one, went 841 to the 829. Parsons moves into round 2. Bring up Mark Muscant and John Jenkins. 10:55 for the Lordco Auto Parts Chevrolet going up against the West Coast Building Restorations, McKenzie Racing above a Speed Shop 88 S10. Dialed in at 1033. Top end of the racetrack, it's going to be Jenkins taking it on a double breakout. Bring up Paul Soares and Justin Gibson. The 1995 Pontiac dials at 811, but Gibson will leave first. The 88 Mustang dialed at 963. Top end of the track, Soares gets around him, 813 at 163 miles an hour. Next up, twin dragsters. Colton Morin for the Morin Motorsports Race Tech dragster over here, tower side. Going up against Greg Dowdy, the Mondin dragster, down at 774 to Morin 790. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Combo, this is your standby call. Super Combo, this is your standby call. Two green lights to the top end of the racetrack. This one, oh, gonna go the way of Dowdy as Morin got there first, but goes under by 3 thousandths in doing so. Another rough day for Colton Morin. As we'll bring up Justin Bond and Craig Johnson. 775, 2001 Pontiac GTO for the Pro Mod driver going up against the BC Scales, Johnson's Customs Exhaust, Malibu Wagon down to 1057. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Combo to the lanes, Super Combo to the lanes. We need Super Combo to the lanes. Combo to the lanes for laddering. On a double breakout. Mike Stewart brings up the buck. Has been the excavated Ken Specialty Auto, Gibson Race Transmissions, and Big Al Motorsports. Super Chick Chevy 2 to dial in at 10:04 against Javon Brar with the 1978 Camaro to dial in at 1060. was 011 red. And that will bring out the next pair, Daryl Tippy, to face off against Ted Buss. The Chevy 2 dialed in at 1050 against the Shawnigan Trucking Straight Line Race Cars Roadster dialed in at 897. And Daryl Tippy takes that one on an easy win as Ted Buss goes 4/10 deep on the reaction time there. So next up is Supercombo runners Martin Michelle and Warren Jacobson. Took us a pretty good action in preparation for the Supercombo race coming on up in just a little while. And it's a breakout for Jacobson. Got there by 8 thou under the dial. Attention to pits, Supercombo, we need you back to the lanes. Supercombo once again to the lanes. Supercombo to the lanes. Fred Hoffman with the British Schwartz both get away on the lines. Again, this a race for the top end as it'll be Schwartz getting there by 4 thou ahead of Fred Hoffman. Next up it is Aaron Young and Jason Gibson. The 2007 Dragster dialed in at 810 against the 91 Mustang Fox Body dialed in at 968. Gibson 971 at 130 miles an hour. Young goes 812 at $161. Gibson got there first by way of being almost 2/10 better on the tree. And that'll bring up Dale Phillips with the 67 Shelby Mustang dials in at 742. Aiden Katnick making some noise tower side for the Lorco Auto Parts and TK Performance 88 Mustang Fox Body down to the 888. Oh, and problem set in immediately for Dave Phillips, but it will not matter. Aiden Katnick goes red on the tree, giving Phillips the freebie. Could have shut the car off deliberately, looking to save the equipment. Lucked out there on that one. 11 thou red for Katnick as Phillips on a slow cruise. at $129. Degree Hughes goes 866 at 144. System by going on the first hammer instead of the green light. Obviously his car not quick enough to run in this category, but he dialed to the absolute most that he could. He's just here for the points, and I think that run made it pretty evident. So move us into the first round of Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycle, which will double as the semifinals. It'll be Bill McDonald facing off against Corey Craig. The Wild Racing Kawasaki going up against the Black Lightning Hayabusa. 910 to an 850. Corey Craig really has not had one pass all season long where he's really been happy with that bike. He's got a brand new rear wheel tire on that thing, and boy, it just has not gone his way. Had quite the ride on his last run where he spun the tire all the way out to almost that 8th mile mark. You can see the smoke flying out of it. Looking for more in this one. Well, this time the wheel doesn't spin at least. Trying to chase him down. And he'll get it where it counts as Corey Craig bests Bill McDonald and rolls into the final. Joining him this afternoon is going to be Daryl Storzuk or Jody Brickwood. So in the TCS lane, the Elite Pro Suzuki will dial in at 858 and will leave second to Brickwood as the Brickwood Renovations Kawasaki dials in at 928 in the Lorco lane. One of them was not. I'll give you two guesses who was who. It'll be Daryl Storzuk. Moving on to the next round is Brickwood, almost half a second down on the tree. Roll us into Old Car Center Hot Rod. Brings up the Isherwood body and fender 1966 Plymouth dialed in at 1172 against Terry Hookstons, who dials in 1185. Brian Isherwood takes out Terry Hoopson's only 9/10 thousandths off the dial. Got that thing dialed in. Next up is Ryan Ledre and Rob Hodgson. 11.90 to a 10.63. The Muffler Tech Automotive and Lorco Auto Parts Kenso goes up against 2021 Hot Rod Champion. Once again, Thunder the 1, Lightning the 2, and the street finalists to lane 5, sorry. Ledre breaks out. Holy cow. Ryan, what happened there? 1.69 seconds under the dial for Ryan Ledre. That's an abnormality right there. Model A goes 861 and bests Jerry Brabander. Moves on to the next round. Sylvia Houston and Rob Monroe Jr. And a double breakout on that one. It'll go back the way of Monroe Jr., even though Houston's got there first. Gonna go 10:05, got there second, but it goes back his way because Hollingstead is 2/10 under the dial. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Second call for juniors to the lanes. Thunder the 1, Lightning the 2, and street finalists to lane 5. That is Thunder the 1, Lightning the 2, street finalists into lane 5. Second call. Bring up Lauren Dufour. Do for you auto shop, done right performance. Alter, dial at 795, going up against Roland Lowen. Down at 1294 for the Lordco Auto Parts Meteor. Long wait for Dufour, and it's a red light start for Lowen. Lauren Dufour catching a massive break, was over half a second down on reaction time. But he gets the freebie as Lowen goes red on the tree. Wayne Douglas. Steve Inch brings up the 72 Plymouth to dial in at 1090 against Dan Parsons, the long racing Duster. As we kick off the first round of elimination for the 2025 Local Auto Parts Supercombo Series. Breakout for Steve Inch, and Dan Parsons should be moving on. Steve Inch tagged as the winner. Don't think that's accurate. As he went under by 200, Parson definitely moves on. Bring up Tyler DeGleesh and Steve Lowe. 890 to a 990 index here. 19, bit of an undercover dragster here going up against the 92 Firebird on the far side. Dual red lights on this one, and it'll go the way of Tyler DeGleesh. 6 now red, where Low was 017 red. And that will now bring up the B&C Racing Machine of Brad Vingy, 1090 against Rochelle's Malibu with an identical index. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro bracket, this is your standby call. Pro, this is your standby call. Vingy goes 1093 and is going to take that one to the top end of the racetrack. Knocks out Martin Rochelle and moves to round 2. That leaves Warren Jacobson and Dean Peterson 1090 to a 990. The Chevy 2 going up against the Mustang. Chasing down Jacobson to the quarter mile. It'll go the way of Jacobson by 1/10,000th of a second. Margin of victory 0.0001. Favor to the left lane of that one when 1094 on the 1090 dial. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro bracket to the staging lanes. Pro bracket, we need you in the lanes. Pro bracket, make your way on up to the lanes. Sportsman, you're on standby. Next up, it's Tyler Smith and Sophia Getz. This is the Peated Industries Junior Street Final. 1081 to a 960. Getz running down Tyler, and from round 1 loser 2 weeks ago to victory lane, Tyler Smith quickly turns the start of his season around, goes from the lowest low to the highest high on a race weekend, and your 2-time defending champion will be talking to us in victory lane at the end of the day. This is a good time as ever to remind everybody that after racing action is completed tonight, we will be speaking to all of the class winners in the winner's circle just behind the pit side grandstands. Once again, we will be talking to all class winners tonight behind the pit side grandstands in victory lane once racing is concluded tonight. So round 2 of eliminations in Junior Thunder. Green, first trip zip of the afternoon, and he'll take it into the next round. Alex Green trip zip with a 5, and that will take him into the next round. So to the Green brothers, tell Alex to get it up here. He's won himself a sticker for first trip zip of the day. Bring Hunter Thompson and Jack Green, 890 to an 1190. JBS equipment over the tower side. Green brothers racing on the Lordco side. Hunter Thompson turns on the red light. Jack Green will move into the next round. Bring up Cadence Rodriguez for Titanium Auto Group, Milrock Truck Body. Ken Specialty Auto, Ernie Speed and Custom Elite Belts. David Trudy, Color Compass with the 2006 Creative Trends, 2000 out of 890. Against Pearson Moss. Both Cadence and Pearson away on greens. This one goes the way of Cadence Rodriguez as Pearson Moss going to find himself on the outside looking in. That will now bring out the next bunch. Junior Thunder behind. behind us and roll into junior lightning. Connor Jackson brings up the TKO Hot Rods Fitness, Slab Panther Auto Glass, Albion, Tyler, Local Auto Parts, and Napa Auto Parts. Dragster dialed at 792 against Nick Bond for the JBS Equipment Dragster, dialed at 794. Connor Jackson going to be moving on into the next round as Nick Bond goes under the dial in 791 and 794. Bring up Bentley Johnson against April Bond. Speed Shop, Heated Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto Parts, Badass Garage, and Lucas Oil Half-Scale Dragster. Dials in 791, 200ths of a second quicker than April Bond's 793 on the far side for our JBS Cup machine. Johnson going to go red, and April Bond will now move into round 3. Marshall will take home the bye run for DeSilva Auto World and Kenco, moving into round number 3. And that sets us up for the second round of National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket.
So round 2 of Pro Bracket coming up, and yeah, I got a little time on my hands, you know. Not going to be a part of round 2. Turned it just a little bit red in round number 1. Fortunately, I did get the bye in round 1 of Super Pro, so there was no chance of me finding a way to lose that one. But no, not what you want to do. When you go to the final round on the first race, you want to follow that up with at least going a few rounds, you know. Otherwise, it's just kind of a waste.
I think perhaps the big surprise is Jim Banky being into round 2 of Pro. His opponent went under the dial, so he got a freebie into the next round.
Yes, unfortunately, his opponent was seemingly unaware that he had one job to do, and that was to not turn it red. So by the looks of things, they're going to give the track surface a little touch up before we roll into round number 2 of Pro Bracket. So still far from clear skies out there, but pretty nice day considering what we started off with.
I've fallen into a nice couple of pockets here of good sunshine, which has helped to kind of heat things up a little bit. We're up to, I think, 59 degrees Fahrenheit, which I probably is going to be the peak temp of the day if I had to guess.
Yeah, considering we are coming up on 4 p.m. So things right now are probably somewhere in the neighborhood of the slowest part of the day. Things will start getting quicker soon.
Hey, listen up out there. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsmen to lanes 1 through 4. Vancouver Car Ram Sportsmen, bring them on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And we'll give Super Pro a standby call. Standby call going out to Super Pro. So there goes Brian, spraying a little glue down on the surface. Shouldn't be more than just a couple of minutes before we are ready to roll into round 2 of Pro Bracket.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor, and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there.
So
I saw opportunities with the Tristan. I decided to take them, and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy. You know, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than the Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in a factory, built for the road.
Our story is one worth sharing. It begins with the vision of two friends and a humble 900 square foot store where the first Lordco Auto Parts and our founding values took root. It's about quality, care, drive, and family. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
It's not just a job. It's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
And around the corner comes the first pair of pro bracket cars for round number 2. So Sportsman, you have been called to the lanes for round number 2. Sportsman, we need Sportsman in the lanes. Super Pro, you are on standby. So it looks like we've got the winner from a couple of weekends ago, Lorenz Schwartz in the white Monte Carlo. Going to take on Dylan Scott. Dylan Scott in the Chevelle out of Kamloops. Dylan dialed in at 10:15. Lorenz Schwartz dialed at 10:17. So just 2/100ths of a second will separate them by the dial. That'll be the stagger to the tree. So Lorenz Schwartz out of Langley wants to thank Titanium along with Bubba's Speed Shop and Gutter Tech. So a couple of green lights. One a little better than the other. Side by side at the finish line, it's Lorenz with the win. Takes 12 thousandths at the stripe to go 10:20 on his 10:17. Dylan Scott was closer to the number. He was behind on the starting line. So Lorenz Schwartz off to round number 3. That'll set up Del Northgraves and Rob Monroe Jr. Couple of Novas. Monroe Jr. is your winner. Northgraves turns it way red. So Monroe with a time trial here in round 2 goes 55 with an 8 on the 56. Definitely had the car dialed right. Now it's Daryl Tippy, Chris Stone. Chris Stone for Stone Cold Racing. Dialed 10:07. Tower side behind the wheel of his Dart. Tippy, his little Chevy 2, dials 10:51. So a couple strong reaction times here. This race is on. At the finish line, it is Daryl Tippy. 10:57 on the 10:51 dial. Good enough. Get this at the stripe. It was Tippy there first by 1/10,000th of a second. So Daryl Tippy moving on to round number 3. Stone had the starting line advantage 0:22 to 0:29. Now Daryl Stobie and Jim Benke. Stobie does a good job of being patient. And he's going to catch Jim Benke before the 1,000-foot mark. Easy win for Daryl Stobie. 10:20 on the 10:06. Good enough. Benke could only manage a 14:87 on the forced dial, 13:99. Now Andy Klosky and Steve Watkins. Andy Klosky from way up north. Steve Watkins from way down south. Andy Klosky wins the battle of the red lights. Klosky 13 red, Watkins 22 thousandths of a second red. So Andy Klosky is going to be coming back. So just for good measure, Steve Watkins gets to the stripe first by 4 thousandths of a second, goes 12-13 on the 12-12. Klosky also won above, 11-22 on the 21. Now Craig Johnson, Ralph Ehlers. Craig Johnson dialed in at 10:57 behind the wheel of the wagon. Ehlers in his Mustang dials 10:68. And the burnouts commence. Ralph Ehlers in the Junkyard Dog. The red Mustang you see tower side, dialed 1068. Again, Craig Johnson in the wagon. Look for the big wheels up launch. Is red by 79 thou. Craig Johnson was less than stellar with an 062 light. Gets a freebie out of the deal as his win light was on. Runs it out, goes 53 with an 8 on the 57 dial. Now Chase McKenzie and Nick Douglas.
McKenzie now taking off after Nick Douglas headed on down track. And Chase McKenzie not going to get around him as Douglas wins it on the double breakout. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, come on down to the lanes. That is Super Pro. Come back to the lanes for round 2. Walker would have also turned on the red, but it's a wind light, as his red not as bad as gets us. That brings up now Kevin McCulley. He will look to battle it out alongside Haley Christensen. $11.60 to a $12.71. Cutlass versus C10 here. McCauley moves on against Haley Christensen as we roll into Sportsman. We'll bring up Mark Ferguson and Veronica Hodgson. So the 2002 Pontiac Firebird will dial 1257 to Hodgson's 69 Dart at 1190. Breakout for Ferguson. Hodgson got there first anyway. Veronica Hodgson moves on. Next up, it's Ann Copeland and Roland Lowen. The Subaru Outback for a 1543 against Lowen for the Lordco Auto Parts Meteor, down in the 1294. So Ann Copeland will move on the double breakout. Battle of the Steves and Battle of the Mustangs. Baskerville versus Watkins. One a 22 GT, the other a 2018. 1227 to a 1214. This will be a close race. Both drivers very good at what they do. Both drivers slowly inching forward. Top end of the racetrack. This one gonna go the way of Watkins. Double breakout again. 1/10 under for Baskerville, 200ths under for Watkins. So yet again, Watkins is into round 3. Bring up Brandon Piskacek. Piskacek with the bye run. They'll go down track. Bill Wells and Nick Douglas, the next pair up, and what will be the last pair in E1. E2, sorry. Next up, it'll be Nick Douglas moving on to the Third round of eliminations as Bill Wells goes under by 3 thou. And we are gearing up for Super Pro. Attention in the pits, tension in the pits. We need motorcycles to lane 5. Motorbikes, bring them on up to lane 5. Bikes to lane 5. So first pair up, John Jenkins running the West Coast Building Restorations S10, dials in at 10:32. Facing off against the Lordco Auto Parts. The Titanium Auto Group, Monte Carlo. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Hot Rod to lanes 1 through 4. Hot Rod, bring them on up, lanes 1 through 4. Hot Rod to 1 through 4. Jenkins gonna move on to the next round as Ren Schwartz finishes behind him. And bring up the next duo. Dan Christensen on the far side versus Jason Gibson in the 91 Mustang Fox body over here. Tower side, 968 to the 718 dialed in for the TNT Dragster. To knock out the dragster. Christensen lacking a little bit on the tree, and that was enough to do him in at the top end. That brings up Chris Stone versus John Tabak. Stone Cold Racing, Wilbur Chrysler Dodge Dart 1006 to John Tabak for the Rad Torque Systems and Titanium Auto Group S10, dialed in at 1044. Chris Stone moving to the next round of eliminations. That'll bring in Martin Rochelle and Dan Parsons. The Super Street Malibu dials in at 1088 alongside the Quality Racing Duster dialed in at 1090. Chasing Brar, 3 thou down to the tree, but it's not going to matter as he will take out Javon Brar as Brar goes 7 thou under the dial. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Supercombo to lanes 5 and 6. Supercombo, come on up, lanes 5 and 6. Combo to 5 and 6. Bring up Paul Soares. Bring up Daryl Tippy. The 95 Pontiac dials in at 811 against Tippy with the 62 Chevy 2 dialed in at 1056. Of course, with that, we will put all juniors on standby. So juniors, this is your standby call. Paul Soares chasing Daryl Tippy. Can't get there enough. Tippy right on the money with 1056 on the 1056 dial. Takes out Paul Soares. That brings up Dale Phillips and Kevin McNichol. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod, where are you? Hot Rod, we're looking for you. Hot Rod, you are late. Get on down here, Hot Rod. Phillips trying to take out last race's winner, Kevin McNichol, to the top end of the racetrack. He will not get it done. Kevin McNichol maintains his strong momentum into the next round. Craig Johnson. 774 Mondon Dragster versus the BC scale Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu Wagon. Down to 1056. It sure does. Johnson got there first by 200ths, but he was under by 3 thousandths. So Dowdy moving on into the next round. And now, the Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycle Final. Daryl Storzuk will be running the Leak Pro Suzuki. Over here on the tower side. On the right side, it's the Black Lightning Hayabusa. Suzuk will go in to take the win this afternoon. The League Pro Suzuki, for the first time in quite a while, is into victory lane of the titanium strip. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We are once again going to make the call for Supercombo to the lanes. Supercombo, come on up to the lanes. Supercombo, we're looking for you in the lanes. We'll roll now into Old Car Center Hot Rod. Ryan Isherwood and Jamie Roth, the first pair up with the Isherwood body and fender equipment. 11:69 to a 10:02. Red light start for Isherwood. And Roth is into round number 3. So it's going to be Wayne Douglas and Rob Hodgson. The SBB Racing Dart dials in 1353 to the 2021 Hot Rod Champion, dialed in at 1063 with the Dart. Hodgson gets there on a double breakout, only 4 thousandths under his dial. Wayne Douglas was over a quarter of a tenth under. So Hodgson moves into the next round. Lauren Dufour will race Rob Monroe Jr. that will take to 4 with 787 at a $165, but they'll be packing it up from there. Monroe Jr. is into the semifinals of Hot Rod. So a light seam pass here for Paul DeBris Sr. Just looking to run that one down track. He can get a pretty good run in before as he tries to license his car in for the Door Slammer season. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes, juniors come on up to the lanes. So second round for Dalglish and Vinci. Dalglish running the 890 undercover dragster while Vinja runs the 1090 BNC Racing Chevy. Oh, and it's a red light for Dalglish. Ford foul right on the tree. Vinji into the next round. So Brad Vinji will go into the final round of Lorco Auto Parts Super Combo. Now the only question is, who faces him? It'll be on the Super Street Index, but will it be Warren Jacobson with his Chevy 2, or will it be the Quality Racing Duster driven by Dan Parsons? And it will be Jacobson taking it on a double breakout. Parsons got there first, but Jacobson got there with less of a breakout than he. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro and Sportsman, this is your standby call. Pro and Sportsman, this is your standby call. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, you are officially late. Juniors, you are late. This is your last call. Juniors, last call to the lanes or we are running without you. Last call for juniors and first call for National Tire Wholesale Pro Bracket for round 3. So next on up, it's going to be Alex Green and Cadence Rodrigue. First pairing in Junior Thunder. Both cars dialed in at 892, one for Alex Green, one for Cadence Rodrigue on the far side. lights. Dead heat to the stripe. Alex Green gets there ahead of Cadence Rodrigue. So Jack Green will have the bye run into the final round. It will be Jack Green versus Alex Green. Family feud in the Junior Thunder Final. Semifinal round for Junior Lightning, Isabella Marshall and April Bond. The next pair up. Isabella Marshall. The De Silva Auto Lord Kenko Mike Boss Dragster sent packing as April Bond is into the final to face off against Connor Jackson. Connor Jackson will take the bye into the final. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need sportsmen to the lanes, sportsmen to the lanes, sportsmen. Bring them on up to the lanes. Once again, we've made the call for Sportsman to come back to the lane. Sportsman, we're looking for you back in the staging lane. Sportsman, come on back to the lanes. Douglas is into the semifinal round. Dual reds for that pass. Klosky 26 red. Douglas only 8. Next up it's Daryl Stobie and Lorenz Schwartz. 11:04 to a 10:16. Boy, something going awry there for Stobie. 0.7 of a second under his dial. Went a solid 10:33 on the 11:04. Rob Monroe Jr. going up against Ross Walker, 10:53 to a 10:02. The Winter Harbor Marina and RV Gibson Racing Transmissions. Horizon Paint and Autobody Acadian faces off against the Preston Chevy 2. Top end of the racetrack for this pairing. At the stripe, it's going to be Rob Monroe Jr. by 0.005 of a second over Ross Walker. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Super Pro back to the staging lanes. Super Pro, you should be making your way on down. Super Pro, back to the lanes. Craig Johnson and Darrell Tippett, the next two up, 10:55 to a 10:52. One running the Chevy 2, the other running the Malibu wagon. Top end of the racetrack, Daryl Tippy takes out Craig Johnson. A puff of smoke for the Malibu wagon, but look like things are gathered up, possibly just brake smoke. So Craig Johnson is going to be moving into his trailer while Daryl Tippy is going to be sent into the second round, the semifinals. There we go. So we'll roll back into Sportsman. Safety crews taking a look on the racetrack, seeing if there was any particular reason for the puff of smoke we saw at Craig Johnson's car. They have determined nothing to worry about. So McCauley and Piscacek, the first two up. Red light start for Kevin McCauley. Piscacek goes into the semis. Kevin McCauley turns on the red light. Sandy Piscacek into the semis as Veronica Hodgson will now face off against Steve Watkins. Watkins still on good track to take his second win in his second ever race here at the Titanium Strip. He'll lead first with a 12:09 ahead of Hodgson's Lord Auto Parts Dodge Dart dialed in at 11:90. And to close out, Sportsman is going to be Ann Copeland and Nick Douglas. 15:41 to a 12:17 for the Subaru Outback and the 2023 Dodge Charger. Both drivers away on greens. And it'll be top end Douglas moving on into the semifinals. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Hot Rod to the lane, Hot Rod to the lanes. Hot Rod, bring him on up to the lanes. We'll also make the call for Supercombo to the lanes. Sorry, that is Supercombo to the lanes. Supercombo, come on up to the lanes. Supercombo, we're looking for you.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than the Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in a factory, built for the road.
Our story is one worth sharing. It begins with the vision of two friends and a humble 900 square foot store where the first Lordco Auto Parts and our founding values took root. It's about quality, care, drive, and family. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
So Kevin McNichol and John Jenkins, the next pairing up, 10:07 to a 10:33 as they roll back into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. 1967 Chevy Nova dials in at 10:07. Against John Jenkins is 1988 West Coast Building McKenzie Racing Bubba Speed Shop S10 dialed in at 10:33. Hey, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Junior finalists to the lanes. Junior finalists come on up to the lanes. Junior finalists to the lanes. McNichol moves into the semis as John Jenkins sent packing.
Well, Nolan, I'm back up here. I'm sure you're well aware. I got a little bit of time on my hands this afternoon. So Jason Gibson and Dan Parsons gonna face off here. Parsons, 1090. Using the stop. Jason Gibson dialed in at 968. Running down the duster. Does he get there? No. Dan Parsons hangs on, gets to the stripe first by 39 thou to come up 1091 on the 1090. Gibson gave up 22 thousandths on the starting line and then was well off the number at the finish line. Now Chris Stone and Daryl Tippy. You know, I want to say that this has already happened, possibly. Daryl Tippy, did he not take out Chris Stone in round one of Blue Bracket this morning?
Couldn't call it a solid rematch then. One of these drivers carrying quite a few thou in the back pocket. That driver, he is going to be the one that moves on the double breakout. 34 off the mark for Stone, only 8/10 Tippy.
Stone actually getting to the stripe first by 3/1000ths of a second, but Daryl Tippy winning the double breakout. How about that? Greg Dowdy coming up, Tower side. Good to see Greg. Back in the Rad Torque Systems dragster. Greg took a couple years off. So he's dialed 774. Mike Robinson for JBS over there in the right lane, dialed in at 910. In the cool little roadster. Oh, man. Robinson turns it red by 2/1000ths of a second. Dowdy solid on the starting line, 025 at the finish line. He's one above, 75 on the 774 dial. So that'll put Mike Robinson into round number next.
How about this bit of family feud here? And it's not the only blood rivalry we got this afternoon. Of course, the Green Brothers going to be facing off in the Junior Thunder Final. And here, it's dad versus son to see who will get into the semifinals of Rad Torque Systems. This is to see who gets into the final of Hot Rod. So Monroe Sr. and Monroe Jr. will square off.
So dad in the left lane, son in the right lane. Wow, just 2,000 separate them by reaction times. This is on. Nova out front, and here comes the little Ford. And it is Monroe Jr. moving on. His wife's up here. She's a little bit happy about that. 1054 with a 2 on the 1053. Dad actually had the starting line advantage, 027 to 029. But then goes 858 on the 856. Rob Monroe getting to the finish line first by just 5,000ths of a second. Good race. Well done. Now Jamie Roth and Rob Hodgson. Hey, attention to the pits. Listen up to the pits, please. Sportsman. We need Sportsman in the staging lane. Sportsman, this is your call to the lanes, please. Sportsman, bring them down. So Jamie Roth with the win. Roth was, well, let's say less than stellar on the starting line. As his lights started with a 1. You never want to see that. 102. But Hodgson turned it red by 54,000ths of a second. Supercombo. How about that? Warren Jacobson and Brad Vingy. A couple of Supercombo veterans, so to speak. Do believe both of these guys have prior championships on their resumes. So here's the call we like making. All winners back to the lanes. If you are in competition, this is your call to the staging lanes. Once again, all winners back to the staging lanes. All winners, all classes, bring them back to the lanes, please.
It's going to be close up at the top end of the racetrack between Jacobson and Vingy. Jacobson gets there first, but he's under by 14. Brad Vingy will take the first win in the 2025 Lordco Auto Parts Supercombo Championship.
Well, there you go. Jacobson actually had a little advantage on the starting line, 020 to 024. Got to the stripe first, doing 140 miles an hour, but was under by, as Nolan mentioned, about 14 thousandths of a second. So Brad Vingy, victorious today in Supercombo. So Josh Klosky now, up for a test run in the Blazer. So Klosky at the finish line, well, off the gas. 11 flat, 102 miles an hour. Well, no, maybe he wasn't off the gas. Sorry, yeah, 1,000 foot. It's my first day here, give me a break. 13:20 for Josh Klosky at the quarter-mile finish line. At the 8th mile, he was 8:43, doing 82 miles an hour.
John, I don't think that excuse works with you.
Well,
once again, if you have won your class, we will be down in the winner's circle. So if you want to give us a chit-chat and get your photo taken, come on down and we'll be more than happy to talk to you down in Victory Lane. That is a message going out to all class winners this afternoon.
once again, we make the call for anyone left in competition to come on down to the staging lanes. All winners, all classes, anyone left in competition, we need you back here now, please.
Pro specifically? Pro specifically. All pro specifically, because pro and sportsman and super pro still have semifinals. Everything else is...
So once again, we have made the call for all left in competition to the lane. Specifically, we're looking for pro, along with super pro and sportsman. However, you are just regular old bracket cars. You should be able to get them turned around in, realistically, not more than a few minutes. So again, everybody left in competition, we need you now, especially pro bracket.
So, family feud here for the Junior Thunder Final. Alex Green and Jack Green. 890 to an 1192. Older brother trying to best the younger.
So Alex left lane, 890. Jack in the right lane, 1192. almost 3 seconds exactly will separate them by the dials.
One away, two away, both away on green lights. Alex trying to charge after his brother, and at the 8th mile mark, he gets around him by 7 thousandths of a second. Alex Green will pop the laundry and win his first race of the season in Junior Thunder.
Wow, pretty tight down there at the finish line. Just 7th thou. Green comes up 98 on the 90. And that's going to take us into Lightning for our final round. Looks like it. It's going to be Connor Jackson and April Bond. April Bond in the right lane. Connor Jackson in the left lane. Just 2 100 separate them by the dials. So they should leave almost simultaneously. Connor Jackson dialed in at 791. April Bond dialed in at 793. Connor Jackson, left-hand lane. Just to thank TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion, Tireland, Lordco, and Napa. April Bond for JBS. So a couple of green lights, not too far apart. We got ourselves a drag race at the finish line. April Bond turns on the win light, gets there first by just 1/1000th of a second to go 798 on the 793. She had the starting line advantage, 057 to 079. April Bond, your winner today here in Junior Lightning. Nice job.
That's a darn good race and a good start for the Bond family. April's sister Nick took the win of the season opener. Now they have one apiece.
Here we go, little family competition going on. Hey, Lorenz Schwartz. Lorenz, where are you?
He's back there.
All right, my apologies, Lorenz. You are in the staging lanes.
So we roll into the semifinal round of Sportsman. Steve Watkins looking to go for his second race win in a row. To do that, though, he has got to beat Nick Douglas to get into the final. Nick Douglas, the champion from 2 years ago, trying to see if he can lock it out again. So Watkins going up against the Mission Raceway Park champion. It's not an easy fight. Going to swing on up to the top end of the racetrack. Will Watkins best the two-time repeat defending champ? Yes, he does. Watkins on a tear right now. Goes 1209 on the 1206 dial. Takes out Nick Douglas by 200ths. And then Brendan Piskacek will now have a free pass into the final. second. Lorenz Schwartz, Rob Monroe Jr. Titanium Mono Group and Bubba Speed Shop over here, Tower Side with a Monte Carlo, dials in 1014. Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Gibson Racing Transmissions, Rising Paint Auto Body, dials in 1053 on the right side.
Difference on the starting line. Here comes the finish line, and it says Rob Monroe Jr. is going to another final round. Is that what we just saw? Was that a semifinal, Nolan?
It sure was.
So Rob Monroe Jr. going to two final rounds here on Saturday. 10:53 with a 5 on the 10:53 dial. He was 13 up front, so that's 18 thou total. Put that together while taking 7 thou at the stripe. Nicely done, Rob Monroe. Lorenz Schwartz was 018 up front, then 1014 with a 7 at the finish line. So he's 7 thou above. Monroe Jr. was 5 thou above and won the starting line battle by 5 thou. That was quite a drag race, let me tell you.
Yeah, one of the
So Nolan's going to make his way down to the winner's circle. He'll take care of winner interviews. So there's a little reminder. If you do win today, here's what should happen. Because last weekend we were waiting for people. So here's the rule. If you win, drive directly to the winner's circle. Do not go back to your pit. All right, let's let that sink in, people. Because I know the people that were causing the holdups weren't exactly doing it on purpose. But that is the best way to handle that situation. I learned that down in Vegas. That's how they do it there. You are under direct orders to go directly to the winner's circle if you win the final round. So we'll make another call for everyone in competition, and I think we're down to all finalists, so we need you back here. Oh, all right, we could be semi-final round in Super Pro, but regardless, if you're in, we need you back here. So here comes the second half of the semifinal round in Pro Bracket. Nick Douglas and Daryl Tippy. So Daryl Tippy coming up, right-hand lane, dialed in at 1050. Nick Douglas in the blue Super B, tower side, dial 1227. 3 bulbs lit, waiting on Nick. Now 4 bulbs, we are ready to go. Couple of green lights, both of them strong. 15 thou between them. At the finish line, it is Daryl Tippy going to the final round. How about that, baby? 10:51, 125 miles an hour. Nick Douglas goes 12:21 on the 12:27. A little greedy at the stripe, taking 83 thou. So Daryl Tippy off to the final round. So here we go with our Sportsman final round. It's going to be Brandon Piskasek, and Steve Watkins. Steve Watkins, tower side, behind the wheel of his 2018 Ford Mustang GT, going to his second final round in as many races. Went to the final and was victorious 2 weekends ago. Can he do that twice in a row, or will Brendan get in his way? So a couple of blue Mustangs. Just 28 years separating these two models. And it is over. Brendan Piskasek gets the win. Steve Watkins turns it red by 14 thousandths of a second, so he will not repeat. However, still got 2 final rounds under his belt in 2 races. That's a pretty good deal. The finish line, he's 12:07 on the 12:06. Brendan well under the 13:18 prediction with a 13:11, but that's all right. His win light was already on. So congrats going out to Brendan Piskasek. Nice job today. So it looks like the wind has definitely picked up a little bit out there. Super Pro semifinalists, where are you? We need you. Everything else is a final round, so you would be our highest priority at the moment. Winner's Circle photos and interviews are well underway. So it looks like our Super Pro semifinalists making their way around the corner. So I know one pairing, going to be a couple of Red Rad cars. The Red Rad Dragster, tower side, the Red Rad Nova in the Lordco lane. So Greg Dowdy here in the semifinal. Gonna take on the reigning champ, Kevin McNichol. As mentioned, the reigning champ, also victorious 2 weeks ago at the season opener here at the Titanium Strip of Mission Raceway Park. McNichol's dialed 10:07. Greg Dowdy dialed 7:74. So just a little over 2.25 seconds will separate these two at the starting line. Four bulbs lit. Here comes the tree. So 14 thou separate them back here at the starting line. At the finish line, it is Kevin McNichol going dead 8 on the 10:07 dial, taking 11 thousandths at the finish line. Greg Dowdy had the starting line advantage, but comes up 777 at the finish line on the 774 dial. Now the second half of our semifinal round. We will be deciding who's going to go to the final against Kevin McNichol. Be one of these two guys, Daryl Tippy or Dan Parsons. Look at that Daryl Tippy character. He won his first ever round in Super Pro this morning, and here he is in the semifinals. Dial 1050, little Chevy too. So Parsons on and off the stop. Gonna play some side by side at the finish line, and it is Dan Parsons going 1091 on the 1090. Tippy to the stripe first by 49 thousandths to find himself at 1048 on the 1050 dial. Tippy had the starting line advantage, but it was not to be at the finish line. So it'll be Dan Parsons and Kevin McNichol coming up in just a little bit to make up our Super Pro final round. Hot Rod final round. Rob Monroe Jr. We're going to see coming back for the Pro Bracket final round in just a little bit, but right now, he's in the Hot Rod final round against Jamie Roth. Jamie Roth, the only clutch car on the property today, and the guy goes all the way to the final round. Can he go one more, or will it be Rob Monroe Jr. with a chance to double up?
So funny story for you. Jamie Roth texted me last night and said, hey, can I come out and test tomorrow? And I said, no, but you can come and enter a class. I guarantee you'll probably make it past first round.
So this is all Kevin's fault. Well, Jamie Roth got in a good handful of test passes. He probably got more hits in going to the final round and losing than he would have had he just entered a test. So Rob Monroe gets one final out of the way. He was 15 up front. Jamie Roth turned it red by 45. So Rob Monroe Jr. wins Hot Rod, and we're going to see him come back for the final round of Pro Bracket in just a little bit. Sylvia Hoopston's going to make a test pass. Trying to figure out how to slow down Baby Blue. Sylvia solid on the starting line with an 0.31. How close can we get to 1160? How about 1158 with a 5? I'd say that is just about perfect. Sylvia found a little bit of extra power over the off season. Would have to think that that's courtesy of her husband Terry, but it created a problem. Can only dial 1160, no quicker than that in Sportsman. Car came out of the box wanting to go 1140. But it looks like they are definitely making progress, moving in the right direction. 1158 with a 5 to dial a class that you can run no quicker than 1160. In my book, is just about exactly where you want to be. So anyone left in competition, we're looking for you. So we're down to just, 2 pairs. Our pro bracket final is going to be made up of Daryl Tippy and Rob Monroe. And our super pro final will be made up of Dan Parsons and Kevin McNichol. So Rob Monroe gets to 2 final rounds here today. He's already got the trophy wrapped up in one of them. We'll see him back up here very shortly. See if he can make it 2 in a row. So, and just a little reminder, we've been talking about getting our winners back here into the winner's circle, but if you made it to a final round and wound up runner-up, or even if you made it to the semifinals, we've got some money up here for you. We're writing the checks as we speak. So how about that Daryl Tippy character? Decides he's going to run Super Pro in 2025, essentially just to increase his chances of making team on a mission when we host the ET Finals coming up a little later on this year. Well, this morning he wins his first ever round in Super Pro, then continues to just click them off, goes all the way to the semifinals where he loses a close one. But as a consolation, he gets to come back here and run the final round in pro bracket.
You know what that is? I know what it is. Without even opening it, I know what it is.
So we got another test pass coming up here. Again, we're looking for our finalists. So McNichol and Parsons are not here, yet the guys that were still double classed 5 minutes ago are here. Come on. Kevin McNichol, Dan Parsons, you guys should be here by now. Josh Klosky. .857, 81 miles an hour. 13:41:01 at the quarter mile finish line. Well, and it wasn't Josh. Must have been Andy behind the wheel. Here comes our pro bracket final round. It's going to be Daryl Tippy and Rob Monroe. Rob Monroe already with a hot rod win under his belt today. Going to try and make it 2 in a row. Look at this. They're going to dial 4 100ths of a second apart. Practically heads up. So Daryl Tippy, Tower Lane for Horizon Paint. Rob Monroe in the spectator lane for Winter Harbor Marina, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Horizon Paint, and Auto Body. Tippy, dial 1048. He'll be the quicker of the two. Monroe, dial 1052. Final round in pro bracket. Rob Monroe trying to make it 2 in a row today. Daryl Tippy trying to get in his way. Wow, just 1,000th of a second apart on the starting line. These guys are getting it on. Finish line says Rob Monroe gets it done. 2 in a row. He was 009 and dead 6, 15 total. Tippy was a 10 light, then took 18 thou at the stripe to wind up 46 with a 6 on the 48 dial. Awesome job to both of you guys. Well done. Rob Monroe, nice job today. 2 wins. Pro bracket and hot rod. Well done, sir.
So honestly, it was pretty good.
So Rob Monroe over Daryl Tippy in pro bracket, which leaves us just 1 pair to go. Kevin McNichol and Dan Parsons are up here at the front of the lanes. They are ready to get it on in the Super Pro Final. So Dan Parsons and Kevin McNichol have fired up the cars. They are making their way around behind the tower. They will be our final. So Kevin McNichol. Going to be coming up left side of the racetrack. He's going to dial 10:07 in the red Nova. And in the right lane, the Quality Racing Duster, Dan Parsons. So Dan Parsons dials the Super Street Index of 1090. McNichol dials 1007. So it is going to look a little strange. Parsons will spend some time on the throttle stop. Mile per hour wise, though, they're not going to be that far apart at the finish line. So a couple of green lights, 21 thou separate them back here at the starting line. At the finish line, looks like Parsons is ahead for now. No, it is McNichol getting to the stripe first. 10:09 on the 10:07. McNichol getting to the top by 5 thou to turn on the win light in the TCS lane. So Kevin McNichol wins 2 in a row to start off the 2025 season. So if he's trying to repeat as champion, I'd say that's a pretty good start right there. So folks, once again, as I already mentioned, if you're a winner, we would very much appreciate you driving directly back up here to the winner circle. We want to get a picture of you, get an interview, you know. Also, if you runner-up or made it to a semi-final, then we would very much like to give you a check. So come on up here to the tower and we'll get that taken care of. So folks, once again, hey staff, great job. Appreciate all the hard work and effort that is put in to get a race day off as we did. So the game plan is to do it all over again, bright and early tomorrow morning. So as far as tonight goes, everybody, have fun, but be safe. And we will see you in the morning. Have a great night, everyone.